You can do it. Yeah. Good. Seen by a kid, it's seen by a parent, it's seen by an engineer, but it's more what else. You see this nice vision of turning into it, let me screw it over. My parents start doing it, changes start. This is not what I'm trying to.
Yeah, that's, by the time it change happens, already needs to be some. Yeah.
So try to get some straights.
Yeah, presentations are all set up. You guys downloaded it now. I was just doing quick attendance.
Yeah. Dennis, can you? All right, people, we are still missing a few. Do we know if anybody's?
I wasn't told that they shouldn't be here, so I assume they're just.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go and get started. So, happy Valentine's Day. One of those holidays is like. So we are today, we've got an interesting agenda today, and I think, we've a lot of our discussions have kind of always come back to the development piece and growth and water for growth, and I think we'll get into a lot more detail in today's session. So hopefully you'll find it very helpful. But looking back at our last session on ag, I read your homework responses, and one of the things I think that really stood out for a lot of people was just the reuse concept, right? And kind of the eye-opening fact that if we become more efficient in agriculture, that does not necessarily solve any problems, right? Because of the complexity of the system and the dependence on these return flows, it's just, yeah. So that was a big one. And I remember when I kind of first learned about that too, I was like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Like, but there are, there's good things going on. There's alternative cropping methods. Even though there's complexities with increasing efficiency, agriculture really is increasing their efficiency. But then it's like, okay, well, we might need some more storage for that water that they're saving. It's like, well, we've seen how easy it is to get these reservoir projects off the ground. So it's a tricky issue. Does anyone want to kind of bring their perspective into the mix on water reuse?
Say from the ag side of stuff.
Yeah.
Even for me growing up farming and being a part of not only my family's farm, but my in-laws who are big, used to be big potato and alfalfa and barley growers down in San Luis Valley. And down there, water is just amazingly a huge part of the conversation, just like it is everywhere in Colorado, it seems like, but, the return flows was crazy interesting to me. Like, I never thought about that. And in my current role with oil and gas with the county, one of the things I get hit up with all the time is oil and gas is bad. Look how much water they use for hydraulic fracturing, right? Water is a big component of hydraulic fracturing. They use millions of gallons for every well that they drill and hydraulically fracture. When you look at the percentages though, oil and gas only uses 0.17%, 0.17 of the water in Colorado. And yet what I hold so dear, agriculture uses about 84% of the water. And so I came into this just going, just 1%. If ag could only save 1%, what would that do? How many gallons would that equate to that could be used for some of the challenges we hear in here as far as growth and stuff like that? But then you hear the return flow argument and you're like, well, it's not so bad, I guess, because they put it back. And if you conserve that, what actually does that take away from that return flow equation?
Right.
So that just kind of opened my eyes to how important that is and how much people have come to depend on return flows. And I had no clue about it. That was awesome.
Yeah, and we'll get into, our next session will be water for the environment. And we'll hear a little bit about how those return flows are also very important for sustaining habitat and wetlands and some of the collaborations that are going on right now to have ag efficiencies and augmentation ponds and habitat for wildlife. But yeah, it's really interesting. Anyone else want to comment?
Here, I have a question. We were down in Woodland Water several months ago. I was Brad, where was the project record. Did I hear him right? I think he said 85% of the water in Colorado is for agricultural use. Is that?
Yeah.
That's a lot. I was just curious.
Yep. And that's pretty standard across the West.
Is it okay?
Yeah, that's not unusual for the West.
Yeah, it's interesting that 6 million people use only 15%, or 7 million people, but 15% the rest of the ag.
It made, when Joan said that he flushed the toilet 3 times when he came here, to the Front Range, it just like was making me wonder why, Fort Collins, we work so hard to conserve water and they have these programs, if using it multiple times is helping people.
Yeah,
Like what
I
is,
think that's a little too simple of a, like, if you flush your toilet in Fort Collins, that's not going downstream to Jim John, and depending on the community, like, they might be reusing some of that water for, like, there's different water you can use to extermination, like the CBT water, you could use and reuse until it's consumed completely, which is an interesting.
I think that's actually Windy Gap, because we have CBC and
Okay,
we
Windy
can't
Gap.
reuse. We cannot reuse a single drop. Every drop has to
Okay.
go straight to our wastewater treatment plant, get cleaned and pop right back out.
Okay,
So
I thought it was CBT as well, but it's just Windy Gap.
Windy Gap is a huge, people can't necessarily figure out how to reuse always.
Right,
That's the hard part.
right.
There's like 2-step process, getting the water to be able to reuse and then like figuring out how to reuse it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reuse capability is only as good as somebody can figure out how to do it.
No.
And then the water that's reusable is extremely expensive now.
Yeah.
I believe the last shares of Windy Gap sold in maybe 4.5 million a share, maybe it was ridiculous. PRPA set the floor at a little bit like 3.5.
Well, I'm amazed the Fort Collins Local Water District. We have water that is constantly completely used over and over and over. Some you use one time something to keep you, use it, got it over.
Yeah.
It's just, how do you keep track of that? I mean.
When you fix it, how do you
It's
keep
not
track
an
of
individual
it?
gallon, it's not this gallon.
Keep track of it on paper, that's,
Yeah.
paper calculation, that's, paper water, that's where, you know. Yeah.
It's actually interesting because one of the best ways to do it, of a client that's got a large project, it's got 12 shares of the firm, but they do it actually with meters, on the affluent side. So they're measuring at the master meter for sewer, which you wouldn't think so, but because they're capturing only the part that's going down toilets and showers and sinks. And so
Yeah.
there's other ways to do it, but that appears to be one of the, unintended cleaner ways to do it. You need meter the discharge of the sewer plant. Somebody really smart does the algorithm that determines,
Right.
I mean, you can pick it up, but to your point, even if you pick it up, you gotta have some place to treat it right nearby, so you gotta put your, where you put your infrastructure is extremely critical because of the power.
Yeah.
But a great concept.
Another, highlight for you all was the Thornton presentation.
That was great. Very interesting.
Yeah, comments about that one?
I found it fascinating, as much as I was in the banking business and we provided financing for a large fine storage company at that time to fight off Thornton. And it was really interesting here, 40 years, yeah, almost 40 years later, what, still going on. And I was impressed. I think the city's working hard, trying to do a good job, trying to be fair. And they're having problems, as we all know, they're getting there. Don't know all the pipes yet, but it was clandestine, the way they did it. And it was right after the ag crisis of the early 80s. Farmers were in deep trouble.
Yeah.
And so their timing was impeccable as far as being buyers. Because there were willing or unwilling sellers, including banks, that had foreclosed all that stuff. And it was quite clandestine at the beginning. Sneaky, and I think we gotta pay attention to sneaky.
Yeah. Yeah, and she kind of owned up to that. And
Yeah, she did.
they're trying to make amends for their sneaky clandestine moves in the 80s, which they hugely benefited from. But yeah, we're actually gonna hear from Greg Peterson, who's executive director of the Colorado Ag Water Alliance. Today, talking more about the economic impacts of buy and dry. And I want to ask him his perspective on Thornton, like their stewardship program and kind of this new approach to buy and dry essentially. And like, what will the outcome be, right?
Well, that's what I asked her
Yeah.
that time too. I mean, if they haven't done that equation, it would be really interesting. Because right now, I can go up around Alt. And I mean, I know a couple of farm managers for Thornton. They're actively growing corn, alfalfa on that farm ground. But as soon as that water leaves, you're not gonna be growing alfalfa.
Right.
So what is that gonna look like? And what is that economic impact? Because it might not just be the production, right, of that crop. But if now, again, one of my big things that I took a little bit of issue with a few other speakers saying, well, if you don't grow it here, you'll get it from somewhere else. Well, of course you will. But you're gonna pay for it, right? What does that do for all of us at the store buying cheese or milk or yogurt? If milk is not produced here, if your meat is not produced here, right? The costs are gonna go up and we have to acknowledge that at some time. So that'll be interesting to hear the gentleman's perspective today and to see what he has to say about that buy and dry.
Has there been any thought or studies around, like, more than the economy, what about just the environment? Like, what does it do to be?
Oh, yeah.
And is that really intrigued by seeing, because patches here and there is one thing,
Yeah.
or large swaths where you're taking land and turning it upside down.
Yeah.
There's gotta be some smart people out.
Yeah,
thinking about that, Right?
I'd have to look and see if there were actual studies done, but I know that's talked about with Crowley County.
I was gonna mention, probably, anybody's driven around South
That's
Dakota,
full,
it's
like,
See, exactly what I was talking about.
ugly.
it's just like
It's dirt.
weeds and dirt.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah. And it's large scale.
And that doesn't go away easily.
And I think Greg will talk a little bit about that, but yeah, that's another component, which I think, with Fulton's plan, like they're turning it into native grass. In management, I believe.
I think there's some dry land grass or something that you're hoping will take care of the soil and all the moisture, kinds of things that go.
Got water for 3 years. Right. Right, yeah.
Naturally, it won't happen.
Yeah.
Think about it. The settlers coming.
Yeah.
East to west, there was nothing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
so we started irrigating, plant trees. Nothing.
I guess, sorry, Christine, one of the other things I just want to bring up was, a couple of you, it's cool to see, like, you are not only learning from the speakers that are coming, but you're learning from each other and the different perspectives that you're sharing. So that's really neat to see. And many of you have commented like, oh, it's still great to hear like so-and-so's perspective on this, because I wasn't aware of that, or like, I just wasn't thinking about that, and it totally opened my perspective on that. So that's really neat to see. Also, Jessica Thrasher's talk, I think some of you found it very helpful. Some of you found it not as helpful. And, the topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think can be a bit polarizing, right? Like in our country today, it is a topic that, for good or for bad, has been polarized. And I think with the Water Center and with Jessica's position, and Jessica asked for feedback actually after that presentation, to see like, how can we make this a topic that is approachable and that is meaningful for everyone? And I think when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, we think about these kind of dividing issues and race and, all of these things. I think we can approach it in different ways and think about it as inclusivity for everyone and making sure voices are heard in the water conversation. And essentially that's what we're doing here, right? Like we're trying to understand each other's perspectives. We're trying to get people involved in the discussion that might not be involved otherwise. And so there is a component of like, okay, low income, historically marginalized communities, like let's try and get them to the table as well. How do we reach those communities? But it's also like, rural communities, maybe low income rural communities that aren't a part of the conversation. How do we get them included? So I just wanted to throw that out and see if anyone had any thoughts or comments to share on that.
Presentation similar to my own experience of many DEI presentations. I think if she could include somehow some economics, make it real and practical from here's what's happening to the economy if we don't have inclusion and equity. I felt like it didn't quite fit. It didn't fit into the puzzle, that presentation.
And I would also say that the flow of the day, it did not flow into her. It was like an add-on,
Yeah.
right? Like it was not really related to what she was talking about. Yeah.
There was better with the environment kind of discussion.
Yeah, or municipalities, because I know municipalities are like, that is a focus for them right now as well. But yeah, I like that, like thinking about, the practical, like why this is important.
That's what I'm kind of building off of that. What I really loved about the presentation was the stories she told about her own personal stories, but then also like the mobile home park stories she told about the pipes and I wanted more of that information because I think that's obviously, eye-opening to a lot of us in the room. And, the responsibility of the municipal water provider ends at the property line and then it's, up to the mobile home park owner. And so I think those types of stories and maybe reading in the economics of, disproportionately impacted communities, I think that would be really helpful.
Great, that's good feedback. Yep.
I live in this world. I'm tribal, I'm in the EDI, I'm a small town rural planner who's heavily embedded in water, much to everybody's surprise, is like, how's this plan? It's such hard. But I had to learn the hard way, but I think kind of what you're saying is, and what I'm picking up on is the relative nature of EDI in our world today. And it's, how do we relate to it? How is it tangible? I mean, it's an existential thing. It's not just something we need to learn about, in terms of, how do you approach certain groups and what kind of, things can you do to bring people together? I think we kind of got a good handle on ways to do that, especially in our own communities, but talking about things like the inequities associated with water, mobile home parks is just one of them. There's a worldwide issue with access to clean drinking water. It's not just an American issue. The fact that we have this issue in America is a huge deal. And the fact that it's now in the state, just to make it more relative, it's an issue of how much money do you have, is your access to clean drinking water.
Yeah.
So that's all of these things are super relative. I think they're hot topics right now, and I think they're problems we're all trying to solve that collectively, we've got to have that conversation. So I think that would be a really good edge to embed in, and I know she knows all that stuff.
Right. Yeah.
And she lives and breathes all that stuff probably every day. So, but I think she could jump in at any point in time and can bring that perspective really. But I think that's kind of all what we wanted to hear about. And I'm not gonna speak for everybody, but I was kind of doing that.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, thanks for that feedback. Any other comments? Okay. Well, I think we will, so I'm cutting off our initial opening thing a little early because we've got a skill development session. We're going to be talking a bit more about stakeholder engagement and some different kind of best practices for that. So if you recall, a couple months ago, we talked kind of about how to be effective listeners and listening to understand and how to better understand diverse perspectives. And this kind of builds on that and takes it to a different level. And so I'm going to do just a short presentation and then we have a little exercise we're going to do. I'm going to check the heater on here and sometimes it's like 80 degrees. Feel.
75 and climbing.
It's a little warm. It is a little warm.
And rising.
What's your match say? You need to lay that. Shut the lights on. Free. Is this going?
Yes, well, you have to turn around on the other side. Yeah.
Okay. Great. So, just giving the context here. Everybody see? Okay. Yeah. So we talked a lot about kind of these conflicting values of water, right? How do we fulfill and sustain all of these values into the future? We've got ag, we've got growing communities, we've got environment, we've got recreation, et cetera. Plus there's all the complex administration, changing climate and hydrology. But there's issues of who is involved in decision-making. We're just talking about that. Who's around the table, who is not around the table. And then how are we able to kind of build in opportunities for stakeholder engagement to address some of the issues. How do we encourage more inclusive and collaborative discussions around water in Colorado? One of the things I also heard, from your homework presentation was like, with the Thornton presentation, what is it, two ports, rowing park? Two ports? The issue of like, well, we had this plan as a region and then it fell apart and now we're super divided and we're all going after our own pots and how do we kind of get some collaboration regionally going back again? And that is a big challenge as we are seeing. So I'm gonna do a little, let's think about where we are. We're in the Cache-Cooper watershed. average water supply, 274,000 acre feet a year. There's a lot of different uses. We've got municipal uses for water supply for more than 40,000 residents. Got agricultural uses, over 151,000 acres of irrigated ag land. We've got industrial uses, and there's more than that, but breweries, oil and gas. Recreation is a big thing for this watershed. We've got 75 miles of national wild and scenic river system. Got all of these different, fishing, rafting, kayaking, biking, walking, camping, etc. We've got an urban greenway that goes through different communities, the Poudre River Trail. And then it has a lot of ecological value as well. So there's threatened and endangered fish species, wildlife and plant species. A lot going on. This is not unusual for our Colorado watersheds, right? Then we've got all of these different groups, and I think, I'm trying to remember, his name is Laura, who was like, there are so many groups that are involved in these issues, and they're all kind of like doing different pieces of the puzzle, right? And so, first of all, like, why are there so many different groups? How do they work separately? How do they work together? What are their missions? So I highlighted a few of these that relate to the Poudre River, and these are their mission statements. So Coalition for the Poudre River Watershed, we'll actually hear from someone, perhaps Megan, next session. So they're very focused on the ecological health of the whole watershed through community collaboration. So they're involving community, but they're really focused on kind of that ecological health component of the whole watershed. Save the Poudre. How many are familiar with Save the Poudre? To protect and restore the Poudre River. Pretty broad. No mention of community collaboration in that one. Poudre runs through it. This is a group that actually kind of formed with involvement of the Colorado Water Center a long time ago, Community Foundation. It's now kind of run by the Poudre, the Heritage Alliance. And they're focused on, so they have this working river component, but it's also healthy. So, recognizing kind of the economic value and the importance of this river system for our communities and the value that it provides economically. But it needs to be healthy too. And then, Cache la Poudre National Heritage Area. So they're obviously, because they're the National Heritage Area, they're focused on historical and cultural opportunities, engaging with people, inspiring learning, preservation, and stewardship. So in all of these groups, there's some overlap. I think there's some differences. But how do they come to be? How are they working together? How are they working separately? And what is kind of the end goal for them? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing with these issues? And then how are we engaging our communities and community members and all the different stakeholders involved in these issues? And how are we not engaging them? So another little highlight here. So NISP. This is a word cloud that I generated from Northern Water's website. So NISP is amazing. It's going to be sustainable. We got water supply storage, economy stewardship, jobs and growing, reliable, security, efficient. These are all, positive values. This is a word cloud that I got from the Save the Poudre website.
What's the word no? That's their mission.
As you can see, there's very different values highlighted here, right? And so there's extreme contrast of what these groups think we're getting out of this project. And for that reason, Save the Poudre is suing Northern for,
This certification, this word cloud is from Save the Poudre's website or their comments about this?
it's comments about NISP from Save the Poudre website. Yeah.
This is the mission.
Yeah.
This is their mission.
And And so, it feels like when you have such a contrast, and I'm not trying to, point to Northern as doing a terrible job of community engagement. Or Thornton for doing a terrible job of community engagement, but when you have populations of people that are, or, environment that it feels excluded from the process, you're gonna get some problems and you're gonna get roadblocks to a project. And so how do we do a better job of engaging everyone in conversation? Everyone is not going to be 100% satisfied with the outcome, but how do we get to a place where everyone can live with it and find value in the outcomes that we're getting with these water projects? So that's kind of the place where I come from stakeholder engagement. It's like, these problems are complex. We are not going to satisfy everyone. We need to find management strategies that are going to provide multiple benefits. And we're not gonna kind of isolate or push aside a perspective or a viewpoint, right? So some best practices, and I have been doing stakeholder engagement for quite some time now. It's something that I feel is absolutely critical for water, and we don't do a very good job of it, especially in Colorado. So firstly, who are the stakeholders? And this, there's like the 4 I's: interested, influential, invested, impacted. This has been highlighted again as kind of this diversity, equity, inclusion push. We can't just get the same communities that we've always been talking with, the same people we've always had in the conversation. We need to get diverse voices, because people that have been excluded, they actually have really great and value in bringing their perspective to the table. This is really important. If you don't do this well, you're probably going to tank your project. Whoops. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is from the EPA. They have all this stuff about watershed planning. And this is a little diagram of how you identify stakeholders. So diversity of perspectives, interest in the projects, individuals or groups who might work against the project if excluded. That's an important one. People from marginalized backgrounds historically excluded from decision-making processes, individuals with skills and expertise specific to the project, and individuals or organizations who can make decisions that affect the project or who might be affected by project decisions. So this is a broad group of people. And they have this kind of stakeholder mapping that you can do, where you put influence, so increasing influence on the y-axis and increasing interest on the x-axis. And you can kind of map the different groups that you want to involve, so you know how to target your communication and outreach to them in your interaction. So people who have low influence and low interest, those are people you're probably just going to keep informed of the process and kind of just maybe, some email communication or something like that. People with high influence but low interest, maybe that's where you want to focus your outreach and try and bring them more into the process. These key stakeholders with high interest, high influence, you're going to be working with them and consulting with them very closely, hopefully. And then people with high interest but low influence, you're engaging with them and you're making sure they're part of the process. Maybe you're not going to spend quite as much time with them because they don't have a ton of influence, but they're still very important to bring along. So that's kind of the identification of stakeholder piece. Then you get the outreach and kind of connecting with these different groups. So, I would say outreach strategies are not going to be the same for everyone. For example, with this stakeholder group that I work with the South Platte Salinity, the message that I give to folks that are attending the farm show in Greeley is probably going to be a little different than the message I'm giving to the South Metro Water Supply about the group and the purpose of the group and, why we need to be engaged. So think about different outreach strategies.
the type of communication, language, messaging, framing, incentives for participation. So some people can't participate because, you know, they work and you might need to pay them to participate. Make sure you have, times that they're able to meet or make it virtual, et cetera. Connect with community leaders and points of contact. So you don't have to connect with every single person in the community, right? Like there are community leaders are out there, find those people, build relationships with them and make sure they're kind of the talking point for, a group of people, right? We already talked about this component. So if you come into a project or a process, oh yeah, take it.
Sorry, so I feel like maybe this is true for everybody, but maybe not. When you are tailoring an experience to a specific group of people that you want feedback from, in order to encourage participation, how do you make sure that those results aren't like a higher priority than a group that maybe traditionally has always been heard? Like, how do you balance getting results from different engagement practices and still like make sure that everybody's being heard? I feel like that's the hardest part. Anytime you pay somebody to participate in a conversation and then the next group you don't need to for whatever reason, it's easy to feel like, oh, well, more people showed up to this or more people said something at this. But if there's, and not necessarily payment, but if it's framed differently, I feel like it makes it more difficult to balance those results and not place higher importance on the results you got more of. Do you have any suggestions on that? This is not necessarily for water, just for like life.
Yeah.
Like qualitative over quantitative.
Yeah, like making sure that it's not, oh, we got the most from these people, so this is the feedback that we're gonna listen to the most, or we got
Yeah, that's
like volume versus
a
like,
really good,
you know.
good point. And I'll bring in an example. So, with the South Platte Salinity Stakeholder Group, you know, we have certain sectors of stakeholders are represented more heavily. And they're the people who have the most interest, right? Like Northern Water, they've got like 7 people participating, right? And ag has like 2. So how do we balance those interests when Northern Water and other, you know, maybe South Metro Water Supply Authority, they have more power, they have more money. How do we balance those interests with those that don't, and they don't have representation because maybe they can't participate because they're working, which is the case with farmers all the time. And so you have to design processes that you're gonna try and get equitable outcomes. Like, we came up with a draft of research questions and we wanted to prioritize those research questions. Well, in order to do that, I needed to have equitable participation from the different sectors. So instead of saying, you know, I'm going to send out a survey that has every person who takes the survey has the same, like input to the outcome. I said, no, every kind of sector. So, like the water provider, this is your group, you get 1 vote. This is ag, this is your group, you get 1 vote. So that's kind of how I approach it. And there's different, it's gonna be really case specific and how, what that process might look like. But it is something you have to be very conscious of and something that, you know, there's different processes and different strategies to try and get that, but it's challenging. And it's especially challenging like in a public forum or something like.
Loudest voice wins.
Yeah, loudest voice wins, unless you have a really good facilitator who's like, we need to hear from these people. We've heard from you, you know, like, you know, there's different ways of doing it, but it can be challenging. Yeah, good point.
I think to that point, and I don't know if you've gotten here yet, but creating a safe environment is facilitation the key to that, I'm guessing.
Okay, we're getting ahead.
Okay, sorry.
I want to put this one back into your head, so listen to understand perspectives and experiences, and create a safe environment. So if you're coming at the process and you are not sincere, you're not gonna have trust and people are gonna be like, this guy's just talking out of his butt and, you know, I'm just not gonna engage in this process because I don't believe this person. You can frame your message in a way that resonates with someone without being insincere. You cannot, come to people and, you know, be insincere and expect them to trust you. People are intuitive, they're gonna figure it out. You're talking out of one side of your mouth and you're talking out of the other side of your mouth, another group, it's not gonna be good. So listen, understand perspectives and experiences. Conflict is okay and expected, but you need a safe environment where sharing is valued. So you gotta set that up at the beginning. It's like, look, we don't agree with each other and that's okay. And these are the rules for engagement because it's gonna get messy and people are gonna get, you know, because it's our values, it's our beliefs. And when that is involved, people do get upset and the tensions get high. But if you have a safe environment where people feel like they can share their perspectives and they can feel equally heard as other voices, then hopefully you can reach more equitable outcomes or outcomes that are going to have multiple benefits to different groups. Recognize and understand your own interests and biases. We all have this, and it's just something you need to recognize. Don't come into something and ignore that fact because you are bringing that. Once you do all of that, you know, listen, understand perspectives and experiences, identify others' needs, interests, and concerns. Kind of the things that get in the way of that are power dynamics. And so, for example, you know, you might have someone who has a lot of money or just more power in the region, more influence. And you need to make sure they're able to provide input, but they're not the only voice in the room, right? They're not dominating the conversation or the process. Oh, did I do that? I think I did that. Yes, facilitation is critical. And they can be bad. Don't get a bad facilitator. Need a good one, because there are not good ones out there. They bring an unbiased perspective, an unbiased kind of, you know, you need someone in the conversation who is not like, I'm pulling for this group. And that needs to be important at the very beginning. They're gonna lead the group processes. Hopefully they have some strategies for how to, you know, hear all the voices, how to build processes that are gonna get the outcomes that you want, engaging in the dialogue, negotiation, and group decision-making, which is really fun. How many of you do group decision-making? Yeah, it's really fun. You need a good facilitator. They should be very well trained in that and have experience. This kind of gets back to the listen to understand, but building relationships and trust in people and process. So one of the first things is to talk with people to understand if there's past, like beef, if there's past history, there's wrongdoings, past, you know, bad stuff, like you come into a conversation with Thornton and some farmers out on the South Platte, and you're like, why don't they get along? It's like, well, and then, you know, transparent and iterative, adaptable processes to get equitable engagement. So transparency is really important. Explaining what you're doing, why you're doing it, and making sure people buy into it. Like, you're not just kind of top-down approach. And then you have these informal spaces for conversation and networking. So maybe you noticed in our agendas, like trying to build in some time for just relationship building, because that is so important. And one of the things that I think the Pooter runs through it group, that is something that they did really well. They had all of these people from different perspectives coming in, and they didn't like each other, and now they're friends and they talk in the hallway. And that does matter, because you know people, you might not agree with them, but you're not going to be disrespectful and you're not going to like shut them down, right? You're going to listen to them. And then this is the part that gets really difficult, where, how do you develop a set of shared goals and outcomes? So just upfront, like you've got to have a timeline, shared understanding of timeline. What are the expectations? Like, what are you getting out of this? What is each group hoping to get out of it? And what are the roles and responsibilities? So kind of going back to that stakeholder, engagement chart that I showed before. Different stakeholders are going to have different roles and responsibilities. Some just want to be informed, and that's fine. Some want to be part of the process. Some want to be informing the process, and just making sure you have that all laid out. So with the South Platte Salinity stakeholder group, we've got a technical team. We've got some folks that are providing funding, and then we've got everybody else and the researchers. And so it's what are each of these subsets of groups doing, and how are they interacting? There's always going to be trade-offs. And so this part of the discussion, in my perspective, is unavoidable. You have to discuss the trade-offs. And as part of that multi-benefit approach, it's hopefully you're getting to a point where the costs or the negative impacts are at least spread somewhat equally, or, there's not as much of them. And then you're having that benefit across different groups. And then there's always uncertainty too. There's always uncertainty. And so just addressing that and being upfront, this is part of the process and this is how we're dealing with it. Supporting. No one wins. The goal is not to reach consensus, but I can live with this. I'm not gonna shut it down. I'm not gonna litigate. I'm not gonna, make your life hell. So those are kind of the best practices. I would say, when we're talking about regional collaboration, this is really important. We're talking about these big projects and getting them forward. It takes a lot of time. It just takes, if you have a project, you're just gonna steamroll it through. Yeah, it's gonna take, way shorter amount of time than if you have to go through all of these meetings and engage all these different people. But your outcome hopefully will be better, right? And you won't spend a couple years in court getting litigated. Also, collaboration builds more collaboration. So that relationship building, the trust building, these are things that they don't just disappear after your project is done. They keep going, and groups that work together, they develop learned skills. So they become better at listening to each other. They become better at group decision making because they've gone through it a few times. And so it just builds on each other, and you can do more collaboration. And it's we're not solving problems, we can't think of it that way. We're not solving problems. We're managing these very complex issues, and we're managing them over a long period of time. And so how do we build processes and engagement with the communities that are going to adapt and change as our problems change? So that's kind of the summary. Questions, and then we'll do a quick little exercise. Yes, Jim.
We can go back to that next one, back. The very bottom line.
Yeah.
I look at that couldn't, to me, that just sums up everything. That one line, seriously, that one line. I feel like we are so far, a society, from that line that there's just times I don't feel like there's hope to ever get things done because we have moved away from the compromise is hardly used, but it's the win. It's getting the idea that we aren't going to win, that I'm not going to win, you're not going to win, but exactly what can we live with? What is something that? And so I love that. And I think as we sit here and hopefully as people come through this, you're putting forth people that walk out of here and go with, that's what we have to try to get back to. This is what we have. But I'll be honest when I say I feel really like it's just so hard in today's environment that that we're the only 20 people that walked out of the room that would do this right now. And I know that's not true. I know that there's a lot more people in that, but I love that line so, so much. It's just hard to get everybody else to join onto that line right now.
Yeah.
But I think reading that, I was like, wow, that just sums everything up right there. If everybody approached it with that, I think we'd get so much more done.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's not an easy, it's just not easy. It's hard and it's long and it takes time to build it. That's really what it comes down to. You build trust in the people and the process. And that just takes time. And it's like, you either have to start from scratch or you have to start from like a point of like, you're in the negative, like because people are so divided and polarized. And so, yeah, you have to work even harder. And it kind of goes back to Martine's presentation that we had at the very beginning of the cohort and talking about, you know, how we so divided right now, but like how we can have conversations and build trust and have dialogue. Yeah.
I like this too. I like it. I think the challenge though is not to say I can live with this and get people there, is that I believe in this with you. Because then they'll talk positively about it. Like when you say I can live with this, it's kind of resigned. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. And because I do actually believe nobody wins in compromise.
Right.
So I think the challenge is to get to, I believe in this with you.
And yeah, I agree with that. I think when we're reaching a decision point and you're at a, you know, it's more of like a consensus-based approach versus like getting it through with multiple benefits that people can not shut down. But I agree, like that should be the ultimate, like,
For it to be long
let's believe in it.
Yeah, long lasting. Yeah, because everybody on the other page and including ourselves believe in something. You know, they believe in healthy rivers, they believe, you know. So
That's,
Karen, everything you say here, I agree with, except a lot of these, you're dealing with a finite, even dwindling resource, maybe water. People are gonna fight. You didn't mention the law, we have law, established law, and you had the first use, first right, and all that type of thing. But the Native Americans who were the first users are left out. I mean, and I just say, as soon as somebody says, I don't wanna give up any, I'll give up your water, but I'm not gonna give up my water, you got lawyers involved. And then they go to courts and negotiations fall apart, that's all I can think. You're right, everybody would sit down and say, let's work this out together, you could.
I think if you talk to a lot of people in water and, you know, this is my just general viewpoint, this is anecdotal, but I have found that way, like 99% of people are saying, we cannot fight anymore. Because we will, it's just not gonna work. We're gonna end up screwed. Both parties end up screwed if you fight. And so we have to talk. We have to deal with these difficult structures in place because the law it's a hindrance to collaboration. It does not promote collaboration, right? And so, you know, it takes some really creative thinking and some really open minds to try and work through those complexities. And right now, I don't think we're doing a great job. But I think people are recognizing that they can't just sue each other and expect that we're gonna get a good outcome. Like, yeah, the Colorado River, California example is like, for a while, they were like, yeah, we're not gonna go into this process because we got the most rights. I mean, sue us and see what happens. And I think they're coming around to the perspective of like, actually, that's not gonna be good for anyone. And you don't actually know what the Supreme Court will decide in that case. And it's gonna take so long. And we don't have that time right now. We don't have 20 years to spend in a court case that's gonna say, you have to divide the water equally anyway. So, yeah, it is a challenge though. I think we have a long way to go. I think there's examples right now of people doing it well, but they're few and far between.
Then you have a case like in California, who say, okay, we'll give up some, we paid $10 million 100 years ago. We'll let you have that water. We want $150 million back because we have the interest on that land. We'll sell it to you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where all these things come in. That's where lawyers make their money.
Oh, I know. And
Believe me, the other people who win the
all the
lawyers.
layers are big business there. Yeah, Dave.
Question for you. How do you know when when stakeholder engagement is appropriate? So obviously, because you can have these really large projects, and I think we see kind of two competing options. So like with NIST now getting sued because they were trying to be collaborative, forthright, all of this open transparency stuff of what they were doing. And I feel like they just opened themselves up to all sorts of criticism. And now they're gonna be stuck in court for years. Whereas like Greeley had done when they acquired all these water rights over the last decades, they just went in, it wasn't a big stakeholder process, they just bought it, did what was right for their community, and they've been able to acquire exponentially more water for their growing community at a fraction of the price and time.
Yeah, I think buying water rights versus a big project like this with environmental impacts is a different process.
Right, so that's, but how do you know when, because Greeley could have said, hey, community, what should we do for our future? Should we spend $1 billion of your taxpayer dollars to go buy this?
Mhm.
But I don't think and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you guys really gave the people a voice in saying, yes, we should go do this or not.
Well, no, we just budgeted money for the water department to buy.
It was, but that's fine.
And they've
Yeah.
done it for 150 years.
That's right.
So that's,
I think maybe if you had some groups that were saying, hey, we don't want you to do that with our money. But I think generally there's support for that, right? Like
We actually had 2 bills, was that 2 years ago? Wasn't that what they wanted to put forth, that we'd have to have voter approval on the water buys? Remember those?
right, we had a citizen group come out and wanting to change the way the water department acquired water. And yeah, the citizens voted it down overwhelmingly.
And I guess just with this, because all the citizens of those individual entities have said, yes, we support this by them all budgeting over the last 10+ years. So I'm just curious of why didn't just do maybe a little bit more of a steamroll approach versus open themselves up if all these other groups already committed funds.
I mean, and I don't actually know the whole history of this, so I could be getting this wrong, but I was under the impression that I kind of tried to do that at the beginning and it didn't go so well, and then they had their permitting, they had to change the project essentially. And now it is more environmentally friendly.
Just not enough.
I think they got enough opposition with the first round that now that's just sealed in and it's not. I don't know.
Just about the considered a lot of projects.
Right.
Well, they were 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
David, I'd also say change your goalpost a little bit, because a project the size scope of NIST is almost guaranteed to end up in litigation, no matter what. And I think it's just for how long and by how many different forms of litigation or cases. I think it's important to remember that Save the Cooter is ultimately 1 or 2 people.
And that's what they do, right?
And that's literally their business model for what they do. So NISPA's done a massive amount of engagement and community listening and all of that. They were always going to get sued by Save the Cooter no matter what.
Sure. Yeah.
Short of not building it, they're going to get sued by Save the Cooter.
I think the biggest difference is it's 2 different types of water. As a municipality, I can go out and buy shares all I want, just like Thornton did, but building 2 reservoirs, you're gonna make enemies. There's no way against it because you're changing the scenery, you're building the landscape, you're doing everything. Whereas, yes, a Greeley or a Severance or a Windsor can actually just get funds and I'll go buy water from farmers. Nobody's gonna know.
Yeah.
Cause I'm out there doing it. I'm working with them directly as I'm not changing the landscape. You are in a way, because you might be doing buy and dry, like what was done, but it's just 2 different things.
Yeah, just.
So I have a lot of thoughts and opinions on stakeholder engagement, both pro and con. So I'll say I totally see the engagement side of stuff in my industry as well with oil and gas, and we do a lot of engagement around that type of development. But I'll just try to pick on one piece that I have a question on based on what you said, Karen, and I'd love to hear the group's opinion on this, but I guess I have a fundamental problem with forcing the issue also. People are gonna get involved when they find importance in an issue, and I just, whether it's forcing people and seeking out, when they're not engaged anyway, when they have no factual basis to even be engaged in the issue, when they just have feelings about an issue that might be completely opposite from what the true facts are, or when we pay people to be engaged in a process, I have fundamental issues with that type of stuff. And I'll use my experience as a member of my school board back for a few years. You know, people get engaged when they find importance, right? I can't tell you the amount of people that showed up when there was an actual curriculum issue versus a coaching issue. People showed up when they were mad about something that they found important, which was coaching or sports, not about curriculum. And it's just the fact of the matter, right? Whether or not we would have gone out for stakeholder engagement. And so when we're talking about water, and I totally love Julie's, I picked up that last line too about I can live with this. My problem is that you have so many people who just say, I can't live with this. And it goes back to, you know, even what Jessica was saying a little bit ago too about compromise. There is no compromise when you know for a fact that people like Save the Hooter, they're not going to be happy with any decision unless NISP does not happen. It's not a matter of compromise for them. And so I guess what my question or my point is, and I'd love to hear the group's opinion, is when I feel like when you force the issue about engagement, you're going to engage the people who they say, I'm 180 degrees from this and I don't want this, no matter what it is. And the old adage of the squeaky wheel gets the grease. You know, the louder they are, the louder they become, the harder it is to even want to engage that type of group or people. And so that's my struggle with it. That's one opinion I have about it, is sometimes I feel like when we seek it out too much, you're going to get the squeaky wheels that really have no factual basis about being a part of the discussion. They don't like it. And they're not going to want to be compromising or agreeable to anything. It's just, I don't like it. So I'm going to keep yelling at them.
Yeah, I would say, you know, definitely don't want to force engagement upon anyone, like, yeah, you're not gonna be like, you have to be, you know, we have to hear you. I would say, in terms of trying to engage lots of different groups of people, if you engage the same people that are always involved in the discussion, you're only gonna get those perspectives. There are probably reasons why certain groups of people haven't been engaged historically. And so how can we erase the barriers for them to be engaged if they want to be engaged, not like, you know, and there's a big education piece in that as well. It's like people who are not involved at all in the water conversation right now, it's like going out and being like, hey, you need to talk about water in our community. And they're like, oh, okay, you know, there's an education piece that has to go hand in hand with that. An example I can think of is, you know, everyone's like talking about, we need tribes to be engaged in Colorado River decisions. They need to be at the table. They haven't been historically. We need tribal representation, which is true. However, a lot of tribes, not all tribes, but many tribes do not have the capacity nor the people to engage in those discussions. And so it's like it's a simultaneous effort to, you know, have water education for tribes, you know, capacity development so that they can effectively engage. It's not that they should be excluded because they can't participate right now. It's like, well, how do we make it possible so they can? So there's that part. And then the other part is, you know, the squeaky wheels and the people who are super opposition. I won't speak for Save the Hooter because they're a group unto themselves and they serve a purpose. They have that role. That's what they do. I think it is an important role sometimes, for better or worse. That's just what they do. There's other environmental groups that do the same thing. I worked on a project in Florida that was very contentious. They have these freshwater springs in North Florida and agricultural, fertilizers, because there was an unconfined layer, it's like anything they were putting on the field was just going right to the groundwater, going right to the springs. There was algae blooms and all these problems, very contentious, and Florida wanted to put in regulation for nutrients, nutrient applications on fields. So there's been this whole big modeling process to see like how these management practices would affect, the outcome, the nutrients that were going into the springs and all this stuff. And we had people from all across the board involved in that project. We had the Save the Springs. We had, ag farm, we had ranchers, we had all the researchers, we had economists. But we didn't, and there were people on there who were like, no, like ag is bad. We cannot, we need to turn the land back to forest if we want to improve our springs, which is not a viable option.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was a 5-year project. And so over time, you're kind of educating and building shared perspective on the economic value of agriculture, the cultural value of agriculture, the fact that it's not going to go away, the fact that it's important for rural communities, et cetera. And also at the same time saying like, hey, these springs are extremely important economically as well and recreationally. And so you're bringing people along together, even though at the very beginning, they're not talking to each other. One side is very loud, against. So I'm not saying it can be done in all cases, but it can be done in some cases. And I think we should strive to engage all voices and see, who wants to be at the table, who can be at the table, what we need to educate on, and achieve outcomes. It's like, there's a little bit of, idealism in there, right? But it can be done in some situations. So sorry, that was a very long rant, but.
No, I get it. I mean, but I guess that's kind of my question. I mean, even to the group, I would love to hear success stories or failures even, because, if it's important to me, I'm gonna take my time instead of sitting and watching whatever reality show or whatever show I want to watch. Reacher was the last one I watched, which was a decent show. Instead of watching Reacher one night, I'm gonna go to a school board meeting. I'm gonna go to a water meeting because it's important to me. There's something on the agenda. There's some experience that I've had that I am now invested in, right? And I'll just pick on I want to call it pay to play. It seems like we're trying to get people engaged. And when you incentivize them to go, well, what dog do you have in the fight? You're just going because you get a $25 gift card to somewhere? Well, that tells me you have no experience. You're not engaged in this compared to somebody who has been going to city council meetings for years to talk about and to listen to what's going on because they're truly engaged. And I guess that's where I'm kind of saying, where are we going with community engagement? Because some of these things that we're trying to get people involved in, to what end? I guess I don't get it, so I'd love to hear other perspectives.
What you're saying too.
Oh, sorry.
Farmers have a direct interest in, we use water as an example, direct interest in water. They study it, I don't care what they do, that's their livelihood.
Yeah.
The average residential customer, well, he turns on the tap and the water comes out. He doesn't care if he had 2 weeks supply or 2 years supply. He doesn't think of water.
Yeah.
So he's not gonna advocate much. And that's how you get that person involved.
Yeah.
But the farmer lives with that.
One of the challenges, you may educate yourself. A lot of people here may, but there's a lot of propaganda.
Yeah.
We see it from, say, the Hooter. I come to town, 20 years ago. Oh, yeah, I like the Hooter. I like that perhaps the fish. Let's save it. And you learn about it, like, it's got blackjack. I don't miss words. The land use code is more common, the opponents to that, to Julie's point, sometimes you just gotta see the forest of the trees, and it might not be perfect, but let's get someone who can all at least deal with it. And, that save Fort Collins or whatever, preserve Fort Collins. There's a lot of propaganda in that, I'm sorry, I'm very involved, and I can honestly say that, it's not opinion, so.
Well,
That's.
I'll also say, if you look at Loveland City Council, currently, a lot of the people that are engaged are the minority, are the very vocal, aren't necessarily super educated. So there's a big movement down in Loveland to engage the business community and become active in those in that participation, right? Educate them so that they can come speak on the opposite side of those issues. And that hasn't been happening for many years. So you get, these people that have these feelings towards certain things that are engaged. But those aren't only the people you want to engage. You want to engage the other side that maybe help your argument.
Yeah.
Or also just bring different perspective so that, because right now, in a lot of these engagement sessions, the only people engaged are people that are very feeling passionate, right? For whatever reason.
Right.
And a lot of it is just personal feelings.
Yeah.
So I think that's where engagement, bringing it in the education part and really trying to engage both sides. Because I think a lot of times representation gets represented by the people who have the time and the.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, if, I think that's where we maybe get lost because it's a heavy lift. Because if you don't care, those other 20 people don't. And what you're talking about is exactly. I know exactly what you're saying because you're doing that. But if we don't get people that do have stakeholders, the actual stakeholders, but they probably don't have time, they don't have the ability, they're just trying to do different things. But if we don't go out and get them engaged into some of these talks, they actually do matter. It does matter to have them. Then some of the things, wrong things they've done because it's just one push of something else to that. But again, it's tiring. I look at all that and I think.
Yeah.
It's just almost overwhelming. But then you have to chunk it down to say, okay, let's take it to one piece or one project or one deal. And what can I do onto that to do it?
And I would say, city council meetings are probably the worst example of engagement. And it's an unfortunate, that's the forum. Only people who have time and are passionate about the issue come. You're gonna get a misrepresentation of your population. And so, but city council, how are they going to put time and money into this very long and complicated process of doing a better job of stakeholder engagement? And that's really an issue. Because it takes a long time and it takes a lot of money. And so if you don't have those things, you're gonna do the best you can and you're gonna probably only hear from the retired people who are passionate about the issue. Okay, 2 more comments. Yeah.
Okay. Quick, Karen, I think to step back, we have to look at it in a way, because we're wired for fight or flight, just how it wires people, biologically. And I think we have to relearn, maybe, I don't know which is right, a better way to do this as a default. It may not work out. And frankly, there's always risk associated with that. But why wouldn't we, I know it's ideal, why wouldn't we start there? And then if the wheels fall off the bus, I'll go get my attorney and beat the crap out of it. I mean, I'm being facetious, but why wouldn't we give the better way, the more arduous way, the more time consuming, more expensive, more demanding to be, but better potential outcome? Why wouldn't we give that the first try? And then we can resort to all the things we're so good at, grab a club or run away. And again, I'm being facetious a little bit, but I think we owe it to not just us to live with each other, okay? And our kids to live with your kids, right? But we start there and the wheels come off. The only we can say that one day, I gave it my best shot. I went down the hill with everything I had, and I engaged, and yes, it cost me, but what I wanted on the outcome was worth doing that. And then if it doesn't work, there's finance and attorney, and all kind of ways we can then just grab it and get something done. But I just think it's worth the value is worth chasing until it's not valuable. So might be still.
And Jason, you have one more?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm interested in the stakeholders that choose not to engage. Our coalition is trying to engage with pitch companies. We want your perspective. We want you to be part of the conversation so we can make sure that we're achieving your goals too. We want to know truly. And they don't even respond to us at all.
That's not.
They have a basic response to themselves.
Yeah, I think that relationship building is important. And so making personal connections with people.
Yeah.
And that can be hard, you know, if you live in different communities and like you don't regularly interact with, like, there's not opportunities to just meet up with people unless you're like, hey, let's go do this. But I do think that's kind of the starting point when you have people who are not going to, you know, engage, maybe based, like, you're kind of an environmental organization, right? And so like, and so, you know, they're like, maybe not gonna give her the time of day, or they don't know you, and so but having that personal relationship can help. That's
Sure. What I worry about is engagement, is sustaining that relationship and that commitment. To work and burning people out by not making a decision. And so.
Maintaining rapport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really seems disrespectful to me to go out into the community and to connect with folks and to ask them their opinion, and then 3 years are back in the community asking them the same questions.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, and it's, how do you, build trust and earn their trust and follow through?
Yeah, I think to do stakeholder engagement is like, why are you doing it? What are you doing it for? Do you have a project? Like, or is it just to better, like, educate people? Like, what is your goal? And then what is the timeline? What are the expectations? What are the roles and responsibilities? Like, yeah, and that can happen. Like, you're like, yes, we're engaging with the community. We want to hear your perspectives, and you have some meetings, and then it's like, just keeps going, and then things change, and then, okay, well, we're gonna do this other thing, and let's hear from the community. But it needs to be like, people need to know why they're engaged in an issue. What are you trying to do? Like, what are you talking about? What are the goals? And you can develop those together, but it can't go on forever. And you have to have those conversations. They have to be transparent. With this salinity group that I'm working with, we're kind of at a point where I'm like, yeah, we're gonna have a conversation this summer where it's like, what are we doing? What is the end game of this group? What do you want to be? Do you want to be like, turn into some kind of coalition at some point? Are you just looking for ways to fund research? Are you just wanting to stay informed, which is fine? But I think knowing, like, you have to have that conversation with people and be upfront about expectations and what the process is leading to, right?
Yeah, I wonder, Deb, that comes back to the sincerity of whoever's doing the engagement.
Right.
Are we just doing it to show that we're doing something, or do we really mean what we're saying?
But I think about this and the years and years and years that we've been hearing about this project, and Mary was saying, David, then new people come in and start the conversation is, you know what? I think the EPA, we waited on that decision, we've got it, let's dig a hole.
It's just stalling progress, in my opinion, personal opinion. It costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
There's some really happy attorneys. No, they go a lot.
We write the same every year. Yeah, so there is the stakeholder engagement to say that you're doing stakeholder engagement. There's a lot of that goes around.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't actually inform the process or lead to any changed outcomes, you're just wasting money and you're wasting time.
Yeah.
And that's where you lose trust.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, so.
Like self-accountability, for me, that's familiar with Fort Collins land use code. You didn't say anything. I mean, Fort Collins luckily had the resources. They sent out 90,000 mailers, but they opened office, policy. There's still people who are gonna, I didn't get the mailer. No, you got it and you threw it away. Or you didn't pay attention to those, it's right next door to my house. So, I mean, there's a lot of public information out there. It might actually take a little bit of effort to go find it. No one's going to take that effort. You know what I mean? And that's Fort Collins. They had the resources.
Greeley probably has the resources. Windsor may, Hudson probably doesn't, Severance probably doesn't, you know what I mean, so.
I'm the reason.
Exactly. So, and that would be theirs. And she does.
Yep, right. And so when you don't have the money to do this effort, like, what do you do?
But is the effort not hitting home to that point?
What'd you say?
Like, is the effort even hitting home at that point? Like, we have these protocols in place for our organizations and they aren't effective. That's what we're seeing with this new engagement. I think, sorry, real quick, I just wanted to follow up. We're having a kind of, and if you don't take that effort to try to engage stakeholders, it comes back to those people that are gonna cause problems for you.
Right.
And because you can even at least show that you had some sort of effort, that becomes a larger problem for you down the road when you're trying to make change. Yeah.
I mean, Windsor did that with our comprehensive plan. We had really like lofty goals of hitting 10% of our population. And of that 10%, it had to be like people from different backgrounds or age groups or whatever. But even with us getting close to that, we tried to reduce the barriers to entry. So we had childcare events. We would feed them like pigs. Like we would bribe them in every way possible without making them actual money. But at the end of the day, you know, even at 10%, I think about Fort Collins, like that's tens of thousands of people, but you still have 90% who say, well, I didn't get a voice, or I didn't feel like I was properly heard. And that's still then the overwhelming majority, even though you went and tried to get 10% of your overall population. So it's like, in some ways, there's good ways to do it, and I still feel like it could be a lose-lose. So I don't care, you know?
Yeah. We're talking about 100,000 people.
Right, sure.
How do you engage meaningfully with some functional? Yeah.
And I think back to what Leslie's saying about what is wrong with slowing down? I think they stop slowing down when you have the information age come. There's so much information out there. If they don't, then to David's point, I got it, but I didn't read it. We could send it always with a homing pigeon. Nobody, and that's where we got into, well, we need to get things done because this comes to us so instantly. Therefore, expectations are, it's instant as well. And even within our own organization, it's about, for my staff, I built 1 million widgets. I didn't want you to build 1 million widgets. I didn't, you know, I see them too, and that's just what we deal with.
Yeah.
It's just a change.
And I think that also points to your communication strategy. Like maybe sending mailers is a terrible idea because no one's gonna look at it and gonna throw it in the trash. So like, what's a better way to reach, like, maybe you send a text message or maybe you've got a freaking TikTok video, honestly. Like,
No joke.
yes, I know. And as much as I like have no idea what that even means, like, yes, that is what the reality of where we live in today.
You don't have teenagers around you.
But anyway, we're up for a break. We did not get to our exercise, but I think that's okay. We had really good conversation. Take a look at this. So this is what that. Take a look. Hold on, one more little piece. So, you don't have to do this, but if you are considered, like if you have an issue that you're dealing with in your work, this can be really helpful just to like clarify, like, oh yeah, these are I'm really involved with these people. These are people who have a lot of influence and I need to get them more engaged. These are people that are just kind of, you know, I'm keeping them informed. It kind of helps you think through your involvement with different groups. So it's a resource if you need it. I can send it afterwards as well if you want to do it digitally. But yeah, let's take a break. We'll come back at 10:40 and learn all about water and economic growth. Yes.
Yeah, it started off great.
So, yeah.
That is general. And be unfair. Be involved.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey. And if I start talking, it's not.
Good questions too. Yes, Your organization's specific. Potential. That's not really, I mean, that's a good evolution too. Like that
And you may have an included the right on. No, that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. That's state reconditioning anyways. I know,
Bakers, there's always bakers.
I want to build water.
See, I just, you are, you're just like, things. Yeah. Same here. But yeah, I got to. So I guess. Cool, section where they also developing very good that.
And talk
Change Tuesday. Yeah.
There.
Did you guys get all of your?
It's good that professional. Yes, which makes the trying to juggle. Definitely it's the type of thing, it's just specific about it, it's not gonna stay up. And we go first. Yeah. Exactly, so it's just been. It's part of the day, I get it, environment that people. Pretty cool. I think it's still pick Policy committee. Thank you for coming.
Some people are gonna trade it.
Stay up and down. I mean, get down because we can, after Friday, hockey's a prospect, there's a big good show.
Yeah.
Oh, but I got a list of them. What?
That's really fast. This project.
We need Adam.
I appreciate it, thanks. I'm sure my staff was still. Yes, I know.
So I am very excited to kick off, we kind of have like a series of presentations now from different folks that are gonna focus on this relationship between water and economic growth. We're gonna kick it off with Adam Jokers, who's the Rocky Mountain Regional Director of Wastewater Research in Fort Collins.
And he brings over 15 years of experience in water resources management and water development across the western US. He's overseen long-range water supply planning, water acquisition, and water rights protection programs, and has led development of large-scale reservoir and underground storage projects. And prior to joining Westwater, he served as the deputy director of water research. Really, I didn't know. He holds a BS in biological engineering from the University of Arkansas and an MS in civil engineering from Colorado State University, and is a licensed professional engineer in Colorado. So please welcome Adam. Very excited to have you here, and take it away.
Yeah. Well, morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. I think this is, the 7th year presenting at this, and it's been really fun because I worked for 6 years at the city of Fort Collins and talked about their Halligan project, and 4 years at Greeley and talked about a variety of projects, and now in the private sector, and I don't have to advocate for any project, so. This is a great program, and I was asked to talk about the nexus between water and the economy, the Northern Colorado economy. I work for a firm called Water Research. I'm the regional director for the Fort Collins, Colorado office. And we're water economists. So I'm still trying to figure out what that means, but what I think it means is that we work in the intersection of money and water. And we provide things like valuing water rights. We help people plan water supplies portfolios so that they develop it most economically. And we help clients negotiate purchases of water. So I've learned that economists like to show a lot of graphs, so that's what I'm gonna do. And in here, I promise there's a story. But we're gonna start with what drives the value of water, and the increasing the cost of water is a much talked about headline, I guess, in Northern Colorado, has been for many years. Price of water is going up, the price of water is driving up the cost of housing. There's not enough water, the water is gonna go away. There's some narratives that we often see in the news about water supply and its effects on the economy. But really what drives water here in Northern Colorado is that population is increasing. It's really that simple. Municipal growth and municipal purchases of water drive the price. First graph is Larimer and Weld County population projections going out to 2050 from the state demographer. Right now, Larimer County is bigger than Weld. Starting around 2040, 2030, Weld is going to be larger than Larimer, according to the state demographer. Both counties are expected to decline over time. Their population growth, their rate of growth is expected to decline over time. However, it's still much higher than the rest of the state. So we're one of the fastest growing areas in the state. That puts pressure on water. This graph on the right is from the Colorado Association of Home Builders. I think it's actually from the National Association of Home Builders. This is the Front Range, 11 county Front Range area, showing the vacant lots in purple and the new housing starts in light purple. And what you saw in the last few years is that there's a lot of vacant lots relative to past years. Pat may disagree. Right now, across the whole Front Range, we have 28 months worth of supply, which is high compared to the last several years. And remember that when we start talking about water prices and what they're doing right now. This is a graph showing where water is being bought from. So who owned the water prior to the transaction and who owns it now. Most water is sold from the agricultural sector, 2/3. This is Colorado-wide, and most water is bought by the municipal sector. 83% of all water transactions is purchased by the municipal sector. Municipal sector may mean the municipalities that some of you work for, or developers that buy water to turn it into municipalities to be able to get water tap. The remaining buyers are fairly small, agricultural is only buying 6% of the water. Where is water transaction activity occurring? This is a heat map, and this is showing the total volume, so the total acre feet of water transactions across the state. This I think was as of 2021. And you can see some hotspots. The Front Range, Lower Arkansas. This is a lot of purchases by the city of Aurora and cities Colorado Springs. Presently, a hotspot in the Roaring Fork. This is Root Eye Reservoir. There's a lot of leasing that comes out of Root Eye Reservoir from marginal flows. But on the right here is the value. So this is the dollars transacted. And you can see we are in the hotspot. Our water prices are amongst the top in the country on a dollar per acre foot basis. Colorado is also unique in that most of our transactions are permanent sales. In other areas of the country, Arizona, California, where the volume is a magnitude higher than here, but it's typically leases. We're unique in that we transact water on a sale basis. So what is driving the municipal purchasing? New homes need water supply. And when a new home is built, the most common method of supplying the water is to tie into an existing water supply system. Most municipalities have a policy that growth pays its own way. So each new home, each new water tap needs to bring water rights to fulfill that tap. So municipal water utilities either will go buy that water in advance and then sell it to the developer in the form of cash and lieu. That's the fee paid, or they require developers to buy water rights and turn them over. Those are the two main methods. In return, the municipality grants that tap a perpetual commitment to serve. From hell or high water, the municipality will serve that tap. So there is a high barrier of entry. There are many types of water supplies that municipalities accept for dedication. Three of the most common type are trans-basin water, think CBT. Ditch company shares, we just did inventory, 761 ditch companies in the state of Colorado, and each municipality accepts a different mix of ditch shares. But you can turn in those ditch shares to be able to get a water back. Or this is primarily in the South Denver Metro and Northern El Paso County, groundwater rights, specifically to the Denver Basin aquifer. It's a very common dedication source. How does this translate to home prices? It varies significantly. Each municipality has their own water dedication requirements, and each water utility requires a different mix of water rights. So it can vary dramatically, and it can vary right across the street. Fort Collins is served by 4 main water utilities, and the water dedication cost in Fort Collins can be half, I'm making up the numbers, half of what it is across the street in Fort Collins Loveland Water District or East Loveland County Water District. In general, just very generally, it can be, the cost of water can be anywhere from less than 5 to 20% cost of a home. Here's a really rough example. Pat, I think, is going to show a much better example that water could be maybe 10%. But the reason I wanted to use really rough numbers is to put it in like real dollars context. So if water costs $50,000 of your home price and you take a 6% mortgage on that, that's a $300 a month payment you're making for water, for raw water supply. But what most consumers see is a $75 water bill. The cost of water supply is buried in the housing cost. And most consumers, particularly people who don't buy their own rent, are missing that piece. News media likes to quote this. This is wrong. This is just. So what's going on with pricing? There are large variations depending on the asset that's being transacted. I have to illustrate that I went through the 3 different types of water that's dedicated to CBT, ditch rights, and Denver Basin groundwater. This is CBT, the dark blue. The green is ditch rights, and the red is Denver Basin groundwater. Vast differences in pricing. And vast differences in the price of these ditch shares. And that really goes back to who accepts them for dedication, but also reliability, are they seeing storage, do they have storage as part of the ditch? Where are they located? So there are a lot of factors. Water pricing is a hyper-local market. It's difficult to draw, a market around a county or a city or a state. All,
This is purchases that have been made already.
correct.
Wow.
So our firm tracks water pricing. We collect comparable sales of water data, and these are comparable sales. Focusing in on CBT, because that's a major part of most of northern Colorado water providers' portfolio is CBT. And it really has fueled the growth of CBT. I mean, CBT delivers the equivalent of Hood River, more or less, to northern Colorado in terms of volume. And it has allowed Colorado to grow. We would not look like we do today without CBT. So focusing in on that, the CBT market has largely been driven by a decreasing supply and an increasing demand. This is the ag ownership, the percent of ag ownership, percent of units of CBT that are owned by agricultural users. The red is municipal users. Over time, you can see that municipalities have bought a lot of CBT units from agricultural entities. And there's a relatively small pool of CBT left to be transacted, about 10% or less. We don't have a great number of that, but it's less than 10% of all CBT units. 310,000 CBT units are left to be transacted. Which is why there has been a historic increase in CBT pricing. However, not this year. Pricing for CBT has gone down. CBT prices have declined 20% over the past year, which is a pretty big move for CBT. It's unique. And this is the long-term trend of CBT. We can see right here over the past year, we're moving down. That we think is a function of lower development pressure. Think back to the first graph of the inventory that's left on the market. There's just less demand for CBT right now. And a lot of municipalities are capped, meaning they're not allowed to buy any more CBT, so they've exited the market. And some municipalities they seek to diversify away from CBT, not away from CBT. They want to have other sources of native supply other than just CBT. They don't want to be too reliant on it. So those factors are combining. I don't know where it's going to go. I expect that we're going to continue to see some softening, but long term, it's hard to imagine that given the supply and demand curves here, that we're not going to see some plateauing and increase in pricing again in the future.
And that slide right there, it was pretty much a correlation from 2000 on out. Everything stayed pretty much the same. All of a sudden, you get tremendous spread in 2024. The Ranger.
Oh, this?
Yeah. What's happening is.
This is actually our data. We used to be able to get data directly from the source, and we no longer can. So some of this is average values or aggregate values, and these are individual transactions.
Okay.
Are the individual transactions for bulk units, or are they just a single unit averaged out?
They can vary in size from 1 unit to, we've had transactions of over 500.
That little low dot could have been a giant bulk sale.
Right.
Well, no, in this year, yeah, that 24 could have been a giant bulk sale, and they just got a really good deal on a whole bunch of them.
It could have been, it wasn't that big.
Okay.
It was a buyer who were very eager to sell.
Wish I didn't know.
What does that mean that municipal buyers are capped? What's,
It's
explain
right,
that.
you're at a quota. We can't buy anymore because, so you mentioned native and CBT, we gotta have an equal 1-for-1. And if we have too much CBT, we gotta get more native, we can get more CBT. And he has that rule.
Northern one.
Okay.
The CBT system was developed to be a supplemental supply. It's in the
Okay.
legislation that we taxpayers paid to build the CBT system, is that it has to be a supplemental system. It only can't be, it's a backup. So Northern Water does not want users to be fully relying on CBT. So, and so
That was in the forties, when the legislation passed, you see.
third,
Okay.
And then what happened in 2018?
What happened in 2018? So we.
Yep.
I should have plotted it, but I mentioned it's because of downward declining development. That all ties back to interest rates. The interest rates are driving the housing pricing, the housing inventory, and therefore water. So, it's all interest rates. This is the housing collapse and recovery. This is 2% interest rates. It's 6% interest rates.
Maybe I should say this at the end, but why CDT, some of the highest priced water in the nation, like other areas are growing, other areas are water scarce. Why is this so expensive?
Really good question. So CDP has, some properties that make it very attractive. It can be easily transacted. It takes about a month to transact it. It can be used anywhere within the northern district, which goes all the way from Sterling to Boulder to Wellington. But what really drives is that that's what municipalities require. Municipalities say, we want CDP. Developers need to go buy CDP. And so that creates a competitive market and you're driving up the price. The rules of the municipalities have created the market, which is this pricing up. Coupled with, there's just a limited tool of it, and it's driving the market up.
Okay. One quick question about what might be embedded in this graph, but may not be completely clear, but so I'm a planner and I get graphs like this all the time, but one of the graphs that we get put in front of us is more of the housing stock. Basically the putting more stock in as stock dies and then also meeting demand. So they're kind of two different aspects of housing we're trying to meet. But one of the things that comes back to me in Colorado is we're not replacing our stock at the rate at which it's dying. And then in addition, we're not meeting the demand for the housing that people want or need that. And so kind of in late in this price is that I'm gonna do your supply to demand graph, and it's like as you lessen the supply and you jack up the demand, you're messing with the price too, right? So I wonder how much of that is embedded in this cost to CBT on top of what's happening in the housing market and how much more exponentially it's impacting kind of our cost of living here that way. I always talk about water like it's a stinky onion, but it is sometimes, and that's, when you start to peel back the layers, there's just more to it. I like water. I don't think it's used like stinky onion, but you know what I mean? It's when it comes to the metaphorical kind of semblance of water in the state, that's kind of what it is.
One thing that's unique about water and CDP is that once it's purchased by a municipality, it's off the market forever. Unlike land or housing, which has resale and so forth, it's permanently removed. So the supply and demand curves are a little different. And I'm not sure if I caught the second part of that.
Well, the second part is just how embedded in these costs is kind of that disparity between we're losing stock and we're not kind of catching up in the demand part of it. The supply side isn't quite catching up in the demand part of it. And, that causes prices to go up in addition to other prices going up. And I guess it's almost like it's more of an exponential component, this water piece. It kind of exponentially increases or, I don't know, artificially inflates our cost of living just because there's added component. In my world, parking is that. you know, you can always decouple parking from housing and associate different costs with those two components, even to a financial level, you know, for loans and, you know, those kinds of things. And so I've never been able to do that with water. And so water's always been embedded in the cost, and it always ends up getting infiltrated to that, and the property owner, the buyer, whoever. And it's just how much of that cost is really more so water than we're really recognizing it just in the numbers to be. That's, sorry, I'm getting way too deep.
No, I think you're right. That is embedded, it is driving it up. I'm gonna keep going and think about it.
Okay.
One of the reasons why, also, why CDP don't, our water utility marketplace is very competitive. There are 71 utilities on the front range of Colorado. How many big power providers are in Colorado? There's like 5 main power providers. Fort Collins now has 1 trash collector. But we have 6 water providers in the town. All of these entities, all 71 entities are competing against each other and outbidding each other in the market. And it's especially an issue with CBT because it can be used in so many different areas. Now, some of the water rights that Pat buys for his development, you may only be competing with a handful of other developers and cities, but CBT, you're competing with hundreds. There's an auction going on right now for CBT down in Boulder. And I hear it's a full house. So that competition and this is the really easy answer. Like if you want water pricing to come down, consolidate your water district, your water utilities. It will reduce competition. And it will allow more efficient use of water from different basins, different locations to build a more reliable and larger yield. So just, I think that's easy, just do it.
It's getting bigger and it's fun, get politicians to work together between jurisdictions.
Yeah. What underlying this too is that we have and have nots. So City of Fort Collins, Loveland, really have been buying water since the late 1800s. They have a head start. They have some of the best water rights on the river. They were the original participants in the CBT system. I mean, really about 15,000 CBT units for $1.50. And you know, that just gives them a head start, right? And then you have the Severances and the Wellingtons and other water districts that were created out of the Special Districts Act that, you know, they came into the picture in the 60s, you know, for example, and have had to play catch up. And that creates unequal competition and also leads to pricing impacts. Another one that I think we can address in this room is that water court we're gonna fix water court here, guys. Water court and regulatory transfer limitations drive up the cost of water. A water court case can be $2 million easily. And that's the easy cost. The hard cost for a buyer of water is the uncertainty. When Pat goes and buys a shared water supply and storage, you don't really know how much water you're going to be able to get out of that share and into a tap for years. And there are multiple conservative assumptions that we have to apply in terms of the prices as well. And just to illustrate, this is the general stream adjudication for the Cuda River in 1882. That set everybody's water rates. There's 3 pages. This is a change of 1 small block of shares from 2013 to 286 pages. So attorneys are doing well.
I'm sorry, I don't understand why there's uncertainty when you buy the water supply. Water.
So you buy a ditch share, it's historically been used to irrigate land. When you change that use to municipal purposes, only the historic consumptive use. Has that been talked about?
Yeah.
Only the historic consumptive use can be transferred.
Gotcha.
And calculating that historic consumptive use is a bit of, it has uncertainty. Because when you go to water court, all kinds of opposers.
Clay.
Well, we're trying to, whittle that down. If there's a water supply change case right now, and there are, I think most entities are in this room are in that case, and, all these numbers down. And we shouldn't forget too, that there are economic impacts to agriculture, anytime we do this, so. There's I showed earlier, municipalities are buying ag rights. When that occurs, there's a movement of value from rural communities to municipalities to urban communities. And while that is really good for the farmer who bought water rights for $1.50 and now is selling them for 60,000, for the community, it has dire consequences. And I think maybe my colleague that will be talking about, there are ways that we think it can be done better. So, questions?
Can you just clarify why opponents to a change case, like what's in it for them to fight against, quantifying the water?
So Colorado Water is administered judicially. And so everybody polices each other through water court. And that's a serious charge. Water right owners need to make sure that each subsequent change case or new decree does not injure their vested rights. But in my opinion, it's gotten a little out of control. And there are historic rivalries, there are disagreements on calculations, and there's a whole industry. There are, the numbers that thrown out is 300 active water attorneys in the state. I'm sure there's just as many engineers, and they make their money from fighting. That's what the client is like paying them to do.
Right.
It's not their fault, but it certainly seems like an inefficient, from an economic viewpoint, it's an inefficient transfer process.
How many water judges are there, just out of curiosity? This seems very.
But it takes you 45 years to finish work.
Yeah, it can take 3 to 5 years, which is much better than it used to be. It used to be 10 plus.
And the water was freezing hell.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty good thing.
It is. And very rarely do cases actually go to trial. Most are settled. The water community polices itself. And and these change cases or any water court case is a structured negotiation amongst the parties to yield a result that everybody can live with. But that means compromise, and compromise means reduced acre footage, which means increased pricing.
So there's this idea in water law that it can't be speculative. Except for it seems like the municipality, unless it applies to municipalities, correct? And so do you ever see an instance in water court where the court says, no, we're not relying on your projections from 40 years out of population growth. You have enough water. Because it seems like the haves and have-nots are able to both accumulate water, make developers bring water to projects within those same municipalities, kind of doubling up on water, while other communities are struggling to obtain it.
Yes, yeah, that issue is brought up in water court very often. And it's a pretty high burden to show that municipalities aren't being speculative, that they do have them. And having worked at Greeley, there's a perception that Greeley has all the water they need. Why are they going after more? Because they have 25 square miles that can develop. But there have been many cases that have run out a water right application because the applicant couldn't prove that they actually had a need
Whatever for municipality.
for municipalities.
Oh,
The rest I'm doing right now.
Yeah, the days of just putting a pencil to a piece of napkin and giving it to a lawyer judge, having worked in both government for 20 years, are long gone. Like you said, the bar to produce comprehensive plans that are active with hardcore statistics, analysis, water engineers you're weighing in. It's been a shift in my 20-something.
Yeah, you just look at the CBT graph, and that's driven by municipality growth or development within those municipalities, but I mean, that's, they're creating a basis for, Fort Collins water holdings, they say it's worth X, well, it's only worth X because the municipalities have bought it all.
So they have to go through water court for
I mean, yeah,
That's right, that's exactly.
It's true.
Yeah, no, yeah. You talk about efficiency, but not efficiency, that's the case in point.
Could you go back real quick to what you said about the CBT shares and not being able to be, did I hear you right, transferred again or something? So,
They can be. When a municipality buys a CBT unit, very, very rarely do they ever sell.
right,
It's not prohibited, but the city of Fort Collins wanted to sell their CBT. Imagine some citizens would have something to say about it, so it just doesn't usually occur.
okay, I could have sworn that I heard something about they can't be resold or is it you can't transfer the use back to a different use other than municipal use, or
Nope, you can't.
you can't?
You can't.
Okay,
Practically,
correct,
municipalities
they do it.
And they promise this water to a user, and so we can't just take it back without that user relinquishing their kind of their use of
Gotcha,
it.
okay.
Plus, when we stipulate to a particular use in a particular place, so we need in northern, we don't just go move it from ag to municipal, we go, but it's gonna be used in this part of the land, so it can be uncoupled, but you gotta be really, really careful.
Okay.
About that.
and most municipalities have charter or
Correct.
code that prohibits sale of public assets.
It's actually taps, not one for one, but we're saying in the application, this block's gonna be used here, there's 40 taps, blah, 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 and so it just makes it.
I think we're gonna wrap up this presentation. You guys are gonna join?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll introduce both of you then. So we've got Pat McKeegan, is that correct? McMeekin, sorry. McMeekin, and he began his real estate career in 2004 for the Water Valley Land Company in Windsor, and started in Hartford Homes as the VP of Land Development in 2016. 2020 he was promoted to the president of land, and responsibilities with Hartford include managing the acquisition and entitlement of new development projects, overseeing horizontal construction, managing the HOAs and metro districts of the company, and management of the company's water rights portfolio. In his career, he has entitled roughly 5,000 residential units. He's a graduate of CSU and enjoys skiing and golfing with his wife. So let's welcome Pat. I'm also going to introduce Kristen.
Yeah.
So she is the executive director and CEO of Fort Collins Habitat for Humanity. She's done so since 2012 and brings over 20 years of nonprofit management experience. She holds a BA and MA in political science from CSU and San Francisco State University, respectively. She has additional training from the Harvard Business School, Georgetown University, Indiana School of Philanthropy, and the Colorado Division of Housing, the Daniel School of Business, and the Disney Institute. Wow. She also has
Same school kids.
She's also received a certified fundraising executive credential. She serves as a board member for the Fort Collins Area Chamber of Commerce and Impact Development Fund, and is a member of the Fort Collins Breakfast Rotary Club. So thank you both for joining us, and you're going to kick it
Yeah, I'm gonna kick it off. Well, welcome. I feel slightly inadequate following and after Kristen, I was a C student. I really enjoyed the social side of education. But yeah, so we're gonna kind of tag team our presentations. I'll build a little bit on what Adam said here, trying to put some real world numbers to what we're talking about, because we can talk about costs, we can talk about, but what does that mean for a project? And so we'll look at some real world numbers. And then Kristen's gonna kind of tag on at the end here of how this impacts the ability of her to do what she's tasked with, which is deliver affordable housing. So, but before I dive in quick, I'm gonna build on our attorneys and change cases. Adam might know this, but Don Frick, who's the general manager of the Water Supply and Storage Ditch Company, is a firm believer in anybody who wants to be a water rights attorney should be a ditch writer first. Because anybody who thinks you can measure water to 5 decimal places, but that's the level of scrutiny we're seeing in these change cases. Does that sound about right, Adam? Yeah. So. Okay, so we're gonna just quickly run through some pricing trends. I won't spend a lot of time on this. Adam did an awesome job. And we largely echo everything he's got. We'll talk about the areas that require water to be brought. We'll talk about that process to find and acquire it in a little bit more detail. We'll talk about competition, the changing marketplace, and then how does it affect affordable housing? So again, Adam showed you this, but I took a smaller snapshot from 2011. Keep in mind, this stops in 22. We have seen that leveling that Adam's talking about. Actually, his firm provided us this graph a year ago. But you can see that trend. The interesting thing I'm going to note up here is, when we look at pricing on CBT shares, we try and equate it to a full acre foot of water, because traditionally CBT has yielded 0.7 of an acre foot. So when you do that 60K number, which I think is the market today, Adam, you can probably buy it around there. That's an $85,000 per acre foot number. Most recently though, which is kind of concerning to us, we have seen some municipalities start to focus on the firm yield number of CBT as opposed to the 0.7 yield. Essentially, which means they're looking at their hedging risk more in that supply. And that, if you use that takes the value up to 120,000 an acre foot. Essentially, that means to get that full acre foot, you have to buy 2 units of CBT. That's a concerning trend for us. This is water supply and storage share. So where the CBT is a Trans Mountain supplemental supply, this is your more traditional ag supply that we look at in the northern Colorado area, specifically the Elko Water District and people working in tri-districts. This one has seen tremendous growth. When I started buying CBT in 2018, I could buy it for 750,000 a share. It's at 4.14 million a share today, I think is where that looks. So when you convert that out, that is a 60 acre foot yield right now, consumptive use yield, which is about 68,000. So it still looks like a bargain compared to CBT, but this is much harder to find. And when Adam talks about variability in yield, we've actually seen the yield on this start to compress. As more water is pulled out of the ditch, that historic consumptive use has gone down. So we've seen a drop of 3 acre feet per yield in the last 2 years, and we'd expect that to continue to go down. Yeah.
Is that the actual consumptive use, or is that just the?
That's the credit. That's the credit. That's the decree from the courts. That's the credit that Elko would give you.
So they're just getting right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then that's happening out of change cases. This is home supply. So if you're in the Johnstown market, this is a share that is largely transacted there. Again, that is a current market price today of 635,000. This is actually more expensive than water supply and storage. I know 10 shares will be closing next week at this price. So that is 79,000 an acre foot, or about $40,000 a house, Johnstown. Again, it's the same story. We have seen that softening in prices, but we certainly haven't seen it fall off on the pace that you would expect with building permits. Okay, so this is, again, I won't spend too much time on this. This is our water districts here, but what's important for the presentation today is I'm going to go over what's called a wet water district, or something where we as developers have to bring water to the table to serve. So these outlines here are roughly outline the areas of northern Colorado that require wet water to be brought. So this is really down here. This is my best depiction of Johnstown. As you know, Johnstown annexed all the way up to here. Anyway, and then this is Loveland, and this is what's served by Fort Collins utilities. So you can see a large part of the future growth of Fort Collins is actually not served by the utility department. It's served by the East Laramie County Water Department, which is a wet water district. This largely encompasses Northwell. And I think these policies change all the time, which is very difficult for developers. I mean, if I did this presentation 4 years ago, half of this was a wet water or a cash and district with Northwell. That changed just recently. And then Windsor has bounced back and forth between cash and Moo and supply or wet water. And I think they're trying to figure out where they're going next. Is that fair, David?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so when we go out and look for water, we first talk about, okay, what's gonna be our demand? And the easy target everybody thinks about is always indoor use. What people tend to forget though is outdoor use. And not outdoor use on people's lawns, but the outdoor use for the common area of the entire community. That jumps numbers up pretty quick when you have big common areas that have turf. Those costs and that dedication have to be allocated to a house. So we look at both of those items when we're looking at our overall demand. The next thing we try and look at is understand what shares work within what systems. Like Adam said, this is a hyper-local market and even the dish systems are hyper-local, and it all depends on who can get water into their treatment plants. So if I could go buy a home supply share, it's not going to work in East Laurel County. Right, or I buy a water supply and storage share, it's not going to work in Johnstown. That's just the nature of the beast. You have to understand that. So, the next is to kind of familiarize yourself with the nuanced dedication policies that you're going to bring them to. What fees are associated with the dedication? Like Adam said, if we bring a water supply and storage share to give to Elko, not only are we giving them a $4.1 million asset, we're also giving them a $100,000 check with each share because that's the cost of the court case for those shares. So you really want to understand what are those transfer fees? When are they paid? When are they due? And then what is the timing of dedication? It is not like, hey, here's a water supply and storage share, Elko, take it. Elko will analyze the heck out of that share to make sure it has everything they think they need to bulletproof that share through their change case process. We see wide variety of outcomes based on that research. And that's why the next bullet point is to understand those shares. Not all shares are created equal, and not all shares under the same system created equal. Water shares that are out farther east under the water supply and storage system yield very different water than ones that are closer to the mouth of the canyon. It's a function of inefficiencies in the ditch, irrigation patterns. You have to look at potentially ground rot and recharge with things that are out east. You have to have easements to do that. You have to have the carrying shares for the laterals to do that. It is not all created equal. Is that a fair statement, Adam? So, and it's not, water quality is actually not as much of an issue we see with, transferring shares. More so they're concerned about those things that are way out east. Are they going to get that same consumptive use for that share that they would have? That's their biggest concern.
You mentioned inefficiency of the ditch. Many of these ditches that I've seen are not lined. They're just ditches.
Yep.
How much they use?
Lots, varies from 20 to 50%. Adam, is that more than that even?
Fair to say,
Yes.
line it, or just a pipe in that ditch that exists right near.
There have been water wrecks filed on some of the steps out of the ditches.
Arizona.
Yeah.
They have these big, the central Arizona canal. It'll be 123 degrees. You just stand there and watch the bridge, just watch. No water was reaching the city, it was all going in the air.
Yeah, they're horribly inefficient systems.
Save the water.
Horribly inefficient, but it's just the nature of the beast we're dealing with. And those inefficiencies, you get dinged when you have when you go for your consumptive use credits. They vary widely.
Mentally, I know it's very complicated. Where do you start to get concerned geographically?
Out east.
I mean, is it roughly County Road 5? Is it 257? Is it farther?
Totally unique.
But like, just mentally, where are you like, I'm concerned?
I don't know. Adam could probably answer that better, but I think once you're approaching Highway 85,
okay.
Maybe a little bit west of that, but under the Greeley-Loveland system, that's different. Once you're east of I-25, you're probably in different sectors. So totally unique.
Yeah, I know, just kind of a general.
And then we talk about what's that consumptive use, is it changing over time? Like Adam talked about, and that is occurring in a lot of these shares. And then lastly, do I need dry up? A lot of the native shares if you get a share, you need to have adequate dry up to pair with that share. We've seen shares floating around there that don't have adequate dry up. We bought shares with dry up only to have a provider change their dry up policy after we bought the shares and then having to go change and get more dry up. So it is a ever evolving market. Yes, ma'am?
What is dry up? I don't know.
Yeah, sorry. Wasn't sure if you touched on dry up yet. So in order to move water from the native systems, and Adam's much, much better at this than I am. So correct me when I say something wrong, Adam. You have to pair that water with a covenant that physically dries up that farm for forever being irrigated from that water right ever again. And what that does is that keeps that water rights use from being expanded, right? So you have to have a dry up covenant on the real property that water asset or water right came from, and you can pair those together and give those to your dedicator or the entity you're giving the water to, because that will be very thoroughly vetted in the change case process when those providers go to change that water for municipal use.
And that's based on the historic consumptive use?
It's usually based on what crop was irrigated, how much land was irrigated.
Formula.
Yep, how much land was irrigated. Yep, exactly. And what is the consumptive use on average over a period of time with those two variables?
So Pat, what do you see on average as far as like, so you buy 1 acre foot out of a ditch company, what is your acreage farm dry up? Is it a 1-to-1? Is it?
It's evolving, it's evolving too. I think in the past, and Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, in the past, you could get away with drying up maybe half a farm, right? Because there was arguments that could be made that that is how the water, it was a water short farm, right? And so there was supplemental water that had to be purchased for those irrigated areas. The recent change we've seen is that everybody's gotten so conservative, it's just full dry up on the farm, regardless of where it came from. Is that a fair statement? Adam?
I mean, a rule of thumb is between 1 and 2 acres of dry per acre of farm.
Yeah. And then once you got all that kind of understood, enter the market, be prepared to buy quickly. You will not be able to wait for a project to get approved, right? To buy the water. You have to be prepared to buy land if you're bidding some of these native shares. And you're gonna have to be prepared for a very short window of time to research the shares. Okay, so let's look at what does this mean for the cost of a project, right? Adam did a good job of talking to you about the cost on a house. Let's look at it as a cost project. So this is our project currently under construction out on East Mulberry, 225 acres. This is Mulberry Drive on the south. This is Greenfields. I-25 sits about here, and this is the Cooper Slough. The city just actually bought this property here from the Cooper Slough. This is 1,800 units, lots of different product types here, cottages, traditional single-family condos, affordable apartments, market rate, commercial. So the water needs for this project, using CBT, 1,800 units at 0.22 acre feet a unit. Now keep in mind, this project has a non-potable irrigation system, so we do not have to factor in the common area irrigation to this. This is also a lower number because this is a pretty dense project. If this was done in traditional single-family detached, this number is probably more like 0.5 acre feet per house. But because there's a lot of density here, we're able to keep that demand down. That would say.
Because of the lack of the common area?
Yeah, we don't have as much, and it's all indoor use taps, and all indoor use taps on very small units. That would say at 0.7 acre feet, you need 396 acre, or this calculation would say you need 396 acre feet of water. 396 acre feet at 7/10 would be 566 CBT shares. That's 60,000 a share, 34 million bucks. Just the cost of the water for that project at CBT. Cost of land for this project, incidentally, is 44,000. So the water in this case is 3.5, just under 3.5 times more expensive than the land. The decisions the developer has to make, because this is an ELCO, and the developer has to bring water, is do I go buy all my water for the project day one? My banker's in the room, I don't have to tell you what that does to an IRR. If you're having to do this, plus the
A
cost
lot
of
of
land,
interest.
plus the cost of the infrastructure, right? So this is why, you know,
Can't build all
developers,
that, can you?
what's the balancing game for developers? This is what's limiting projects to coming to market in the northeast part of Fort Collins. This is why when I see vacant developed land numbers like Adam shared, those are calculated based on proposed projects. A lot of projects may be on the drawing board, but cannot get to the goal line because they can't solve projects like this or issues like this. So let's look at this though, if we were to do this with ag water, right, which is a list, same metrics here, 1,800 units, same demand. 396 acre feet would be about 7.3 shares of the WISC system. 54 acre feet a share, you'll notice that's different than the 60 I told you. That's because Elko gives you a 10% haircut at dedication. And that is their contingency. That if their change case goes south, that is how so they're further haircutting off the top. 4 million share, 500, then you would need 540 acres of dry ag ground, 7,000 an acre. So that's 3.7 million. So you're roughly slightly lower than the cost of CBT 33, just over 33 million there. Same story, just under 3.4 times the cost line. These are the challenges of wet water dedication. This is why we are not seeing a number of projects come to the market. The only reason we're able to do that project is we bought the water in 2018. Trying to do that in today's market is an extremely big challenge. This is why Montava is having big challenges. Okay, now let's look at a project in the city of Fort Collins boundaries that we are actually doing with Crystal. So this is a joint venture between the Odell family. So this is on the Odell Brewery site, Hartford Homes and Habitat for Humanity. 140 total condo units. Okay, this one we're going to bring outdoor use into. This is Fort Collins calculation, 140 units, 0.08 acre feet. That's a good dedication number per unit, but these are small condo units. That would tell you 11.25 acre feet needed for the indoor use. We have a lot of, Fort Collins current cash and loot price, 68,000. We'll tell you the indoor use component is 5,400 a unit. Then the outdoor need, obviously, we've got a decent amount of open space in there. 30% of it's irrigated turf, 25% shrubs, 25% native. You come up with about 4.7 acre feet needed for your outdoor demand at current Fort Collins current cash and loot prices. That's another 2,300. That cost today is $77.83. Now you'll see my little star here. You saw the Colorado in, I don't know, Kristen, when was this? 4 months ago, Kristen and I were on the cover. I had a frowny face. Kristen, as always, Kristen looks, great and stoic, but I was pouting because this is what Fort Collins is proposing. 180, just under 180,000 an acre foot, which will take the cost from $7,700 a unit to $20,000 a unit. So this is why we have faces on the Colorado end. This is hard for affordable housing because they deal with all of the same issues we do. Now, this is not set in stone yet, for the record. To be fair, if there's anybody from Fort Collins in here, and because I spoke up, I'm now in the task force. This is what was proposed. This is what was proposed. And this, I think, there's still some hemisphere of this that is reality. There's real impacts here. Lastly, so you have money not so fast. Adam touched on this. I'm a firm believer in we're not running out of water in Northern Park. But what we are running out of is water that is readily convertible to municipal use, right? CBT, water supply and storage, and North Cooter are readily convertible to municipal use under a fairly predictable path. Those shares are diminishing as we speak. There's just not a lot there to go after. Like water supply and storage, I think there's 600 shares outstanding in the system, 400 are owned by Fortin. So there's just not a lot of these shares out there. Competition stiff. I said, I've got with the slowing of building permits, we have seen the moderation, but we haven't seen the fall off that we thought we'd see with the moderation in building. Builders, Adam talked about this, builders, municipalities are all competing, Weld County builders for the same water rights, but the important thing that I'm gonna note here is that our friends to the south, in the metro area, also are keenly aware of our water rights up here and are actively seeking them. So this is just some headlines. Everybody is familiar with Thornton. Now, they did this in the 80s, so it shouldn't have been a surprise to anybody that they started to change this. More importantly, Arapahoe County, and this, I pulled this from their water and wastewater, their 2015 report, and I know this is hard to read, but Lake Canal Reservoir, Lerman Road Reservoir, New Cashaputa Reservoir, water supply and storage, Whitney Irrigation Company, Windsor Reservoir Company, those are all Northern Colorado waters that they already own. And they are actively in the market up here looking for their municipalities. That was fair. Are you seeing that, Adam?
Deserves another session.
Yeah. So, yes.
I want to go back quickly to Fort Collins cash and move price.
Yeah,
Is it low now?
I think so.
Yeah, and that's my understanding. Today.
And I would say, Mark, we wouldn't sit here today and tell you it doesn't need to go up. But does it need to triple?
Does need to triple.
I think that's difficult to defend.
Can you go back to that slide, actually, for this project? I wasn't tracking the math there. So it's 140 at 0.08, they need more than 11.2 acre feet?
No, because Fort Collins does it straight on the demand. Yeah, you're not getting a requirement or like a shrink, yeah, on theirs. They just do it strictly on bedroom count.
Okay.
Yeah, so with that, I'll turn it over to Kristen because her job's a heck of a lot harder. To try and do what she does with them.
The first thing I'm gonna do after this is fix my bio. It's real embarrassing, especially following Adam and Pat. I would like to be in this class to become a more water literate leader. But I'm happy to share about Habitat for Humanity. I've been with Habitat for 18 years and it is really the cause of my heart. I know many of you have been involved in a variety of ways. So I want to tell you who we are so I can connect the dots to why this is so challenging in affordability and for homeownership in particular. So Habitat is a nonprofit organization. We work with volunteers. We have many of you and a lot of volunteers throughout our community through faith organizations, through corporate partners who build our homes. They lift a hammer, they volunteer at our restore. There's several hundred per build. So lots and lots of volunteers. Our most famous volunteer is, of course, Jimmy Carter. You probably know that. Donors, sometimes we have just as many donors involved in our builds as we have volunteers. House That Beer builds, community foundation, group real estate, so many folks connected here. It's everything from the little lemonade stand girls that raise $1,000 every summer to the $5 through the mail slot, all the way up to the Odell family donating land adjacent to the brewery. So it's very, very grassroots, very community driven. Our partner families. So Habitat for Humanity, this is a bit that surprises some folks, is that we're not only the builder, as in we're the general contractor working with volunteers, but we're also the mortgage lender. So the way we control the costs is to control the cost of building, which we really can't very well. But it's also to control the cost of lending for our buyers. So we've actually provided a no interest mortgage to our buyers over the last 30 years. That's about to shift to somewhere between 0 to 2.5%, depending on the income level of the buyer. But our partner families are the most driven, committed buyers you'll ever find. They are contributing hundreds of hours, actually doing sweat equity and building their home. They're saving a down payment. They're doing a lot of home buyer education, and sometimes the whole process can take a year, year and a half. So they're deeply committed and are earning under 80% of area median income. So imagine one teacher with a couple of kids doing that schedule at work and then spending every Saturday for a year and a half building their home. That's what our home buyers are actually doing. We need advocates. You can be involved. And you're hearing today about, and you know much more about this than I do, about the complexity of water. I want you to try to imagine a little nonprofit like Habitat for Humanity in our community navigating raw water, wet water, ditch water. All these words are actually unfamiliar to me because that's not what we're trying to do. It's complicated enough to be a builder and a mortgage lender. So we need advocacy because the cost impacts us deeply. This is a slide from the City of Fort Collins Affordable Housing Strategic Plan. And I wanted to share it because you can really see what we're talking about when we think about affordability. Our buyers are under 80% of area median income, meaning they could afford roughly up to $320,000. So they are earning at 80%, they're earning $70,000 a year. Okay. And then market rate housing begins after this kind of deed restricted affordable housing. And you can see that at 100% of the area median income, someone is earning $87,000. So they can afford up to $415,000 at 100% of area median income. Does anybody remember a recent number on what our median house price is right now? Anybody heard it recently? Yeah, somewhere between 540, 600 in the city of Fort Collins. That's what's just coming up. So there's a bit of a gap there. You can actually see the gap here. And this is again from the city's Fort Collins Affordable Housing Plan. So there is a gap right now of 35% of the number of units that people would want under in the affordable range. So right now we're short 35% of the units that we need in the market that Habitat serves, right? In the 0 to 120% AMI, so that market rate up to 120% of median income, there's also a shortage of 35% of the units. So we know we have a supply issue of housing units, right? And the way I like to think of it is that Habitat is building the affordable units at Tapestry, the project that put together, and that Hartford is building the missing middle units. So we're both trying to hit this gap. We are excited about Tapestry, and the reason that I bring it up is that homeownership is really transformational. As a mission-driven organization, that's really important for me to say our why. This is an equity issue. It is about opportunity. You probably have seen these stats, or maybe even just know it intuitively, but your average renter has a savings of about $6,600. The average homeowner has a savings of over $250,000. So when you look at equity, you see there is a generational wealth gap, you see there's a racial wealth gap, and this is just continuing to widen. So Tapestry is an important community because we are really literally riding Hartford's coattails to bring an affordable product to market. I wanted to pass out something here, and Benson is going to help me. And the reason I did a handout, forgive the use of paper, is that I'd like you to imagine for just a moment that you are an affordable housing developer. And to go, does this pencil? I'm sure you all already know the answer to this question intuitively.
I wondered.
But a question that Habitat for Humanity gets a lot is, gosh, I just thought you were doing those cute little single family homes. Why aren't you doing those cute little single family homes anymore? Well, you can see right here on the left side is a single family detached unit, and this is a Habitat house. These are actual costs. 1,200 square feet, volunteers involved, lots of subs discounting their services and their labor, trying to find every efficiency you can. And you can see that the cost for us to build a 1,200 square foot home in Fort Collins is about $450,000 right now. We remember that the 100% AMI buyer can afford $415,000, right? So already the 100% AMI buyer can't afford our product. So then you try to get more efficient, you build a duplex unit, You have scaled down your land and water costs just a little bit. You're using it more efficiently, right? Still almost $400,000 per unit for a similar size unit, but a duplex. So hence the need to continue to evolve and to work with partners that are willing to collaborate and share their resources with us. The Odell family donated the land, which was huge. But then an even bigger contribution is what Hertford is doing, which is taking this land, developing it for us, and taking away all of our development costs. So the cost of raw land to a project is about what, 1%? And the developed cost of a lot is typically about 25% of the cost of the unit. So really what Hartford is enabling us to do by doing their missing middle units with our affordable units, with condos, is to roll back our costs by 10 years. We've got $100,000 to $150,000 subsidy gap between what our buyers can afford and the cost of our product. And what is particularly challenging about that and does surprise people is that we don't get any discounts at all. There are no discounts through the city on fees, on taps, on permits, on anything.
Building codes.
There are no shifts in building codes. We are building the same quality product that everyone else is and required to do so. And in many cases, going above and beyond in order to be a good neighbor and to be accepted in a community. So any questions about that?
Kristen, I know Habitat has been working with like some xeriscaping for their exterior landscaping and reduce their water use.
Yes.
Just wondering if this is including a typical like turf landscape or that more xeriscape?
No, that's xeriscaping. Yeah, that is including a partnership with Audubon where we have used water efficient landscaping and plants they've recommended.
Where is that, project or planning process, like a few months?
Yeah, we are, waiting to make our first submittal. We've actually been sorting out some utility issues. With the site, we're pretty close to having those figured out, at which point we can launch into design and make our first submittal to the city in the next 3 to 4 months, probably.
Yeah.
And then we'll fall into the normal process there.
Will they let you do it with the new land use code?
No.
You've already applied?
Yeah, we'll be in the field anyway. Yeah.
Aren't there some issues with the neighbors with traffic concerns or something?
Yeah,
Is that all been sorted out?
I don't know, Kristen. I mean, yeah, there's certainly been questions from the Buckingham neighborhood in there with increased traffic. And I mean, that sometimes isn't reality of new developments. You can't get away from a scenario of having new development. And we'll continue to work through those as they come, those issues.
Where's the Buckingham neighborhood?
It is just west of the Odell. We're in just south of New Belgium.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just have one municipality to add to your list of municipalities creeping up in Wall County at least. You've got Castle Rock, literally a stone's throw away, fine properties just off the Hudson. So there you go, a little more competition, but that's not even in your neck of the woods.
Well, the thing that, the easy way to look at it is that everybody has Google Earth. Go to Google Earth and just zoom out and look at northern Colorado and look at all the green. That's all irrigated ag ground. If you do that same scenario and you go to South Denver, it's all brown. And so it's very simple to see why they're interested.
I feel your pain with development and the cost of the water tap though. I mean, just on my little property, I live in Weld County, just east of Greeley. And I was looking to work with my mom to build just a small 2-bedroom house just up on our property. So you talk about land already, like the cost of land being off the table. But I called the water district and we're Northwell. Water tap is like 75 grand. And then they were in charge of plant investment fee. Literally the cost of water for building my mom a house on our property was already at $120,000 before you even broke ground. And I'm like, that's not even affordable hardly, but when you, that is only for water. So
yes,
it's amazing.
Makes sense. Some difficult discussions we have with landowners sometimes is that there's actually an inverse proportion of the value of land depending on what water district you're in. If you could find, if like Bloom was in the city of Fort Collins utility, that's a cash and lead district where we don't have to bring the water, that has a higher land value. But because that's in Elko, you have to bring the water, that has a negative impact on the value of the land. And that's a difficult discussion with a lot of folks.
But people are like, oh, they're not making more of it, it's been 3 years, it has to have gone up in value. Well, let's talk about interest rate, water, labor, construction, insurance, if you're multifamily, how much you adore on that, $900 a door?
15 grand for a rat policy for condominiums because of construction.
They've gone up 50%, yeah.
Is there anything municipalities can do to help, like what Fort Collins is doing with the land use code or others, like to help make it more palatable for developers, builders, nonprofits, whomever, to say, hey, we can shrink lot sizes, we can get creative with setbacks and building product types and things like that to make projects like Blue, where you're really writing down the allocation needed to make those projects pencil better to get to that missing middle.
I could take the first step. I think, first thing is density helps, right? Because you can spread all these infrastructure costs we're talking about, you can spread them over more units. So density helps, but density is a difficult discussion, like Tapestry, for example. A lot of people don't love density. It's a philosophical decision that a municipality has to make and support to say, do we support this? Because it doesn't get a lot of great press and people don't love it, but it is truly one of the biggest impactors on cost. I think the second thing is that when we look at the cost of the house, there are 200 line items that go into that cost. We should not be afraid to look at those and say, what in this is not the value add, right? Is there some way we can reduce, because reducing cost doesn't impact cities by having to write checks. It says, can we change a code? Can we do something that makes it easier? Like, we're working with the city to advance their EV charger guidelines for Tapestry. That's about $5,000 a unit in chargers. And it's just like, it's not that we don't believe in that, but we can't continue to layer upon layers and continue. So are there things we could get rid of that wouldn't affect the value of that home, but might offset the cost of trying to achieve that goal? I think those are the types of the discussions that are really difficult because it was from where I said, it seems challenging for some of the cities to say, what can we get rid of? That seems like a really hard discussion. I don't know why, but that does seem like it reaches an impasse. I don't know, Chris, what you would.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. And I think that the discussion about growth and using land to capacity is a really vital one that we have to have because we know growth is coming. It's already coming. We already have teachers in Fort Collins that are driving in from Severance. I think we have to push the envelope, talking to people about the character. Hey.
I'm giving them hopes.
Nicholas for that.
But Nick has a good point. I was actually in Severance, this was maybe 6 months ago, in a neighborhood, and I took this picture to share with some of our friends in Fort Collins, because there's Fort Collins police cars on the street in the driveway. Yeah, and I'm like, this is this picture of the problem.
Where was that?
That was in Severance.
Severance,
Yeah, and that's, there's no better way to illustrate the issue than.
Are you having conversations based on these 200 line items of things that you can potentially optimize? Like, I think I know as a municipality, we're probably blind to what that is.
We're trying to share that more. And I think our industry has been notoriously bad at not sharing real data, to put some blame on us. But we have started to do that. I was just talking to David, I shared that with Windsor. All of the line items on a cost. But I think you can't get people to change their mindset until they understand what you're talking about. And so I think hopefully as we are more than willing to offer to do that, some cities or some of our partners are willing to say, okay, what can we do?
The conversation considered the easy part with cities, the action is where it falls short.
Depends on the size of the city too. I can see there'd be challenges with that. Everybody's got a different component.
Political will has a big issue. I mean, I think that we see enough, definitely okay, Sam, most of our municipal staffs want to make these changes. They want to make changes to their codes to make this easier. Where we run into problems is the public process. Well, and councils, frankly. Though it's councils and things like that where these things run foul. I think that there are cities who want to move in, if that's what they are.
Well, and I'll make a plug here because I think not only is it challenging on the cost side, but I think we are really good about saying we really care about affordable housing. You can't get away with NIMBY too much anymore, right? We all tend to agree. It matters if people can afford to live in our communities. And yet you've heard it said earlier, development pays for development. Those things are contradictory. And there has to be a point where you say, okay, if we really care about affordable housing, then why aren't we offering reductions to permits, to water taps, to all these things? Because we're paying the same exact amount, right? And you can just see that the numbers don't work. So, I mean, to me, that's something that should be corrected if we want to invest in it. Because what I hear frequently when I say, gosh, we pay all of that, I hear, well, but there are grants available. So if you're in the city of Fort Collins, something I would point out is that we have an annual competitive process. And this round right now, we have about 4 million in asks and 2 million in funding. So, I mean, it's not getting offset somewhere else. There's a tipping point where you just can't do it anymore. And you can see that we're so close to that tipping point, right? I mean, it required the Odell family to donate land in Hartford to do what they're doing for us to even continue to build. And, you know, the truth is, once you lose a stepping stone product into homeownership, you lose homeownership. I mean, I know I'm not the only person in here with a kid or a grandkid or a parent that there's nowhere for them to downsize. And there's no foothold to get into the market either. So we have a real mismatch between what you can get into, and that's the issue. It's really about housing options.
And I think, maybe if I could make the last point, we'll have it then. I think there's this perception that we're growing out of control, right? And our growth is exploding. 78% of our buyers are already here. They're moving around. They're already here. They're in an apartment, you know, moving up there in their parents' basement. Their parents are helping them buy a townhome. I mean, they're already here. We're not seeing a massive influx. They're already here. So.
Is there any like market changing? Like, you know, you kind of showed that graph. Is there a shift that needs to happen there as well? I don't know. I mean, to your point, maybe those products that are more expensive are the larger products, but maybe enough of the smaller products that people can come into. But is there a market shift that has to happen too? And I don't know if you guys can answer that, but it's not really your.
No, I mean, if we go back to that slide, I mean, how as a builder, I mean, there's certainly a market shift that needs to happen, but if a builder can't get down to the cost, then it only works for nonprofits, and there's not a lot of competition for us. I mean.
And I guess I was thinking about more like what's already out there. Like,
yeah,
you know, that we've got these homes that are 540 to 600. I think some of those are already existing. That's what they're hoping to get when they sell. Like, is that the shift? I think that's what's happening with interest rates, right? Like they're trying to control that component, bringing this cost back down. But
I think the state's perception, and I could be wrong on this for someone, but the state's perception is that any new housing unit actually affects affordability because it frees up other housing, right? So any new unit affects, because supply and demand is so out of whack, any new unit can potentially affect the affordability of housing.
The state hasn't updated any kind of housing plans or housing.
We tried last year, ran into a little bit of
You mentioned, that the municipalities are agreeing to find ways to cut costs, but percent public, is that because they resentment to affordable housing?
I think it's again, this is Pat's opinion, but I think it's a perception that we're growing out of control. You know, I think the Fort Collins Land Use Code is a great example. There's a lot of good in there. There's increased density, there's updated parking standards, there's things that would move the needle. There's removal of certain parts of the process. There's things there that would move the needle, but that is very unpalatable to a lot of people. And which is why I think you've seen the referendum. So, that's been, I think, where I said continue to be the battle.
I was just going to
So what is the time on the something defensive? If, in, affordable housing. Moving away from water dedication to a cash system or utilities will bring down the housing and water demand. And it's proven in other parts of the state where instead of letting developers compete, the municipalities compete, it consolidates the market. And municipalities can borrow a lot cheaper, 4% compared to 10%. And they're much better at developing 2,000 acre feet at a time instead of 20 acre feet at a time. There's efficiencies all the way through. But what it does mean is that municipalities have to upfront the money and get away from strictly making these for its own way. But it can be done, and not to pick on Oakville, but it can be done here. I mean, Fort Collins can go buy the water, accept cash and give out that water to provide in the district.
And do you know how much Fort Collins leases to ag every year?
20,000-ish.
20,000.
On a wet year, on a dry year, 0. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so that's.
But I would also say with that, that's having the cash up front to do something like that.
It's an economy of scale.
Yeah.
Scale is a big.
Like I would say, Fort Collins, the Crayley's love and have the potential to do something like that. I feel like the smaller communities, they don't have those upfront costs to be able to make those pieces, to do the fashion room, because they're at the capacity point where it's like, if they don't get that capacity, you don't have the capacity.
And even with SLRF and all these other things, like there's still that upfront cost for a small town. I can't just pull $1 million out of nowhere, you know? And that's to come up to some of these other things. You talk about the cost, when we're competing to buy water, Windy Gap water, which is great water for municipality, if we can figure out how to use it and reuse it and reuse it and reuse it. I guess the point is that to compete at the market level for those kinds of waters is not, and it's not an equitable solution for a town the size of Hudson. So we are looking at trying to partner. Port Lupton is a great example. We share a water treatment plant with them. Our CBT water comes through there. There's other waters that we can use, storage and sharing is caring kind of deal. We have shared interests too. We agree on land use plans in our tweener area. So that affords us the ability to have the sharing is caring approach. You can't do that with all municipalities. And so that leverages and maximizes our outputs, but we're still reliant to get our water for us in the future. And there's it's a real soft dance we have to do because it's a lot of money at stake, a lot of money.
Just a counterpoint though, often. So buying water with municipal money is not like buying a water treatment plant. It is a fungible asset. And it opens up on a whole different side of municipal financing that's non-traditional. And I think that is the piece that is often missed.
I think you're talking to somebody who's building 3 plants right now and is very aware of municipal funding, unfortunately. So that's where I'm like, I struggle with it because we are in a deficit. Already borrowing from our general fund. We don't have funds to go buy water, even in our enterprise funds. But I'm in a unique situation, unfortunately.
It's an interesting dynamic because, and one of the questions I have as a developer and been working in some cities that have borrowed money for large treatment expansions based on tap fee revenue. And as these issues affect the ability to pull building taps, how does that affect those payments? And then what happens on the shift of who's responsible for making those debt service payments?
Yeah, maybe we should think about it. When you issue infrastructure debt, you're even on the RO bonds, they are 100, well, nearly, not quite.
Yeah.
Revenue driven, which is basically existing rate payers. So you can say you're collecting impact fees. You are in essence backfilling your enterprise fund, but it works like this because the RO bonds are in fact driven by current rate structure. Not. No, 100%. So, we can talk about growth rates going away, and we want that. But it's interesting when we go to issue debt, even double taxation debt, it's all being driven on
the existing.
Yes, 100%.
By the current rate payer.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, one final question for any of our 3 speakers. Otherwise, I think, are any of you staying for lunch?
I've got it on.
Well, let's
Happy to
give
hear
them
that. I'm a graduate of this program for me. Thank you guys for your input.
Here.
Is there any chance you guys could share your slide deck?
I think, yeah,
Always.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, we're gonna get lunch and we'll have talks again in about 20 minutes. Get your lunch, come back. All right, everybody. Okay, we're gonna get started on our next session. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
Don't forget your lunch out there. All right. So we're gonna spend a little bit of time now. We've got Greg Peterson, who's the Executive Director of the Colorado Ag Water Alliance. He's gonna talk about some of the economic impacts of buy and dry, which we touched on just recently. And so last session, we had Jim Yan and Joel Schneekloff talking about ag and some conversation as well on that. But he's really gonna focus on kind of economic impacts and his bio. So he grew up in Littleton, Colorado, where he still lives. After living around the world, he studied history and political economy. He served as the executive director of the Colorado Ag Water Alliance for 7 years. In the past few years, Greg has been knee-deep in farmers and ranchers, learning more about water ag in Colorado and the digestive habits of cattle, more than he thought possible. He spends his free time growing vegetables on a small truck farm, learning to hate kale and vine leaf. And we was talking with Greg, he said between the months range, October.
November to March.
November, March, he drives about 30,000 miles around the state talking to farmers. So he's a busy guy. Thank you for joining us today. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me be here and I'll see how well we can do this. I'm Rick Peterson. I'm with a group called the Colorado Ag Water Alliance, or CAWA. We're an association of most of the ag groups throughout the state. So I have a board member who represents Farm Bureau, Farmers Union, wheat, corn, beef, dairy, pork, egg producers, potato, fruit and vegetable growers. And the group, it's formed in the early 2000s after a couple of different issues you had all colliding at once. The drought, the first statewide water supplies investigation published by the Water Conservation Board that identified, well, we're having all this growth. Where's that water going to come from? It's going to come from one place, and that's agriculture. And then also a pretty nasty water rights issue that we had right here on the South Platte with a group called GASP, Groundwater Appropriators of the South Platte. And pretty much had the agricultural community eat itself alive. When that happened, and it pretty much devastated that middle South Platte ag community still to this day. They kind of really, a lot of people still never recovered from when GASP fell apart. And it was, but a key part of that was just that many of those people in that group did not understand their water rights. And so this group came together to get all the ag groups on the same page when it came to water. And a lot of my job is going around the state talking to farmers and ranchers about everything to do with water, whether it's policy, administration, regulations, water rights, water law, funding, that's a big one. And every basin, every part of the state. And then a lot of project management, write a lot of grants for farmers and ranchers, for ditch companies, irrigation districts to get funding for projects, whether it's small, we've got some that are, here's 20 grand to fix a head gate, to we've got a couple of projects where those are looking like 20 million. And just going after all that big, nice, fancy federal dollars that are out there, but not easy to get to. And then a lot of research. We've got drought projects, water quality projects. And so I don't get to talk to you all people this much, non-farming folk. So this is always interesting. And I got a chance to talk about buy and dry. And I've done this conversation probably a few dozen times. And I'm trying something a little different. So hopefully I don't screw everything up here. We'll see. But I felt like I had an opportunity just because of the overall theme of today of economics and development, that it's like, oh, wow, I can actually bring my educational background into this for once. So I studied history and really ended up just focusing my education on water resources, water development, And then I ended up getting a master's degree in a subject most people have never heard of called political economy. Has anybody heard of or familiar with that term at all? 50 years ago and 100 years ago, it was kind of cool. Now no one knows what it is. So there, you can look up political economy. There's a ton of different definitions. Really, the most simple is it's just how politics affects the economy and how the economy affects politics. If people who study political economy, I mean, they're going to study a lot of different economic theory. Yeah, I'm not going to do any economic modeling for you. I can't. But I've pretty much read everything by Adam Smith, Marx, Engels, David Ricardo, pretty much all of the economic thought from like the 1600s. That's part of what this is. But a real big focus is how we best manage natural resources. And we've got really for 400 years of human history, we have real good details on different resources around the world of how we manage them, what works, what doesn't. You've got some amazing failures, you've got some amazing successes, and you've got arrangements that are good for one side, good for both sides. And it's a lot to learn from, and we have a lot to look at. And that might feel, whoa, Greg, you're going way far out here. But this is how I see everything that's happening in water in Colorado. And I feel like it really helps at times to look at things through this lens. And we talk about these resources, and often in like political economy, I mean, the big one is oil. I mean, there are books and books of just how do we manage oil, natural gas, precious minerals, everything from diamond, copper, gold to phosphate. And just how as an individual community, a state, a country, manage these resources? What kind of rules do we put in place on ourselves to manage these for what purposes? And that can be anything from how do we treat and manage property rights to how do we treat and manage income from these resources? Is it entirely privatized? Is it a combination of public-private? Is this a public entity? I mean, I know even in some states in the US, whether I know like Alaska is a great example. Alaskan citizens, you get a check every year from oil. And that's not uncommon. There's entire countries where this happens. And that is a way of how they manage that. They are viewing to manage that resource. That's just one tool. But another one that doesn't get a lot of attention is water. And I mean, it's a resource. We treat it like one. We need it. It's very different than some of these other resources. It definitely doesn't have that high ceiling of oil and gas in terms of wealth, but it is absolutely essential for any kind of development. I'm sure Adam Jokeris touched on that. I mean, and you all are, I was looking through the bios. I mean, you're in the hot zone of growth and development. And I'm curious just what your experiences are with other parts of the state where I go to where, I mean, I know towns, you can't build anything. There's no water that you can't put in a well because your water provider doesn't have augmentation for it. And that's very common in a lot of small towns that I run across. And it's just, there's no economic development, and it's essential. And I mean, again, it's not as valuable as oil, but you can't do anything without it. And so I brought this up because this is something that comes up a lot when we talk about political economy. This is not subtle at all. But we talk about, well, how do we manage resources? And something that comes up a lot is something called the resource curse. Has anybody heard of this term? So it's an interesting phenomenon where the most wealthy, resource-rich countries in the world are the poorest. And I mean, you see this, the great example is Africa. And there's a lot of reasons we have this happen. It's how we create property rights. It's how we create institutions, whether it's judicial systems, trading systems, how you create governments. But it all comes back to how do we want to manage these resources? And how do we extract them? Are they going to be used? It can be anywhere from, we have a resource, whether it's a mine or a water right. And is it, okay, I'm going to sell this outright, to I'm going to rent it, to, I'm gonna use this water to create wealth in my own community. And there's a lot of different options there. And we have years and years of examples to look at that. And here in Colorado and other places in the West, you get to see those same exact patterns being played out on a very much smaller scale. And so, but often you can see this in single countries throughout a good 50, 100-year period. Like a great example is Iran and oil wealth there, where originally you had the Anglo-Persian oil company spend $2 million and they get to exploit as much oil as they want for 60 years throughout pretty much the entire country. And Iran gets 16%. Not a great deal for them. But you see this especially in the oil industry over the next 50, 60 years with each of these countries as they're negotiating how is the wealth of this resource going to be managed, from literal negotiations of we're going to have these 50, 51%, 49 deals to outright nationalization of industries of like, no, we're done. We're taking all of this and it's ours and we're going to benefit from it. And I think that that's really important to look at because you're seeing it on a very small scale here. And we have good examples and bad examples. Norway, that's their flag there. I mean, and then that's good luck, Jonathan. He's the president of Nigeria. You've got two of the most probably resource-rich countries in terms of oil in the world. Nigeria blows everybody away with how much oil they have. And what's really interesting, again, is how they manage that resource. Norway, they probably have the highest value. Most of that money, percent of it goes to basic infrastructure, but what they're planning is long-term, that oil is not going to be there. And they need some revenue to make up for it when that goes out. And they have what they call a sovereign wealth fund. That's a bit over $1.5 billion. And it's their rainy day fund. And that is that will be their income in the future. And then you have Nigeria and good luck, Jonathan, this past year, when the head of the Nigerian central bank discovered billions of dollars missing of oil wealth. Good luck, Jonathan. Fired him, couldn't let that happen. And still, no one knows where all that money is. And so it's this interesting of how do we manage these resources? And when you get into water, I mean, it is just like any one of these resources, oil, copper, ivory, and it creates development and wealth. And what happens when a resource leaves a community? And that can be in any number of ways. I mean, you can literally just have it, okay, we sell this water right, and it goes through water court, and boom, it's a couple counties over. That can happen. You can have it go through a pipeline. I mean, you go to some, I know like Lake Meredith, Lake Henry, they're out in Crowley County, and they're sitting there. 90% of that water is owned by Aurora and Colorado Springs. I mean, it's sitting there, but they use it in a series of exchanges to benefit, but all that wealth is somewhere else. And if you ever want to dig into more of the economics of that, Charles Howe, he's, I think he isn't retired yet, a professor at CU Boulder. He's an economist, and he did a lot of the real initial number crunching that really demonstrating the economic impact of what we're going to talk about today of buy and dry. And it gets around the basic fact that agriculture is not the highest economic use of water. It's not. We want cheap food. And in very few circumstances, it's not. I mean, you've got some places in Central California where you've got farmers outbidding cities for water because they're growing almonds. But in general, you don't. And it's this odd, how do we deal with that? And often, people will say, well, it should go to the highest value. Okay. I mean, and it tends to trend that way. But it's what are these other values that we're losing? And also, again, we don't necessarily want our food to be as expensive as it could be. And it puts us in a really awkward position at times. How do we manage this? And so I think I just lost my train of thought. But just, how do we So I'm curious, what happens when water leaves a community? And I'm sure, who here has heard of the term buy and dry before today? Okay, okay. So, all right, don't have to do any, any updating on that. But I'm just curious if in some of these rural communities, when water leaves, what happens? What are some ideas that people have?
Community stuff.
No economy,
Community stuff.
community stuff, or what else?
Just go to Crowley County,
Yeah.
school,
Oh, we'll talk about, don't worry.
Parkway, Church City, go.
Oh, we'll bring them up. But what else? What?
That's what happens.
It creates a level of competition that increases the value of that resource
It does, yes.
and the cost.
And the cost, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have a lot of different rough impacts here. Especially, I mean, you lost the primary economic industry. I mean, by far, especially on the Eastern Plains. In like San Luis Valley, you also loss of all the secondary businesses. And you're seeing that on a longer trend in some counties where implement dealers, seed dealers are leaving, just because they can't be supported anymore. But everything from banks, tire sales, to every kind of input, they all suffer when that happens. It's just incredibly difficult to pursue future development. Crowley County, which I'll talk about, is a great example of this. They own 10% of the water is still owned in that county, and that's about it. And they have been struggling for decades to try to use that for any kind of job growth. I think recently the last effort of marijuana businesses have totally imploded. I think they're all for sale. You can find them online and all those problems. And that's, yeah, we'll talk, yeah, that is the biggest employer is, yeah. But there's another thing that I don't think people really catch on. So for a lot of counties, and I'm sure I mean, where does your income come from? It's property taxes. And in general, I mean, irrigated ag land, about $6,000 an acre. That's average throughout the state. It can be up to 10,000 in some areas, quite a few areas, especially along the South Platte, but 6,000 is average. Dried up lands, I've seen anywhere from 800 to 1,200. And I mean, this is just devastating to that local community. I mean, right now you have Kit Carson County over where Burlington is. They're losing about a third of their irrigated agriculture to comply with the Republican River Compact. And at this point, I mean, they're just wondering, how are they going to even maintain many of the county services they have? And this is where it really starts crippling those economies. It's just the fact that the county can't even keep up with what is happening anymore. And then there's a couple other impacts that I don't think we really talk a lot about. And one is just the environmental impact that happens from this. So we're going to talk a bit about Crowley County. Who's ever been to Crowley County? Who even knows where Crowley County is? Southeastern Colorado. So when you go down to Pueblo, then you just head east about 45 minutes, and you're going to get close to Rocky Ford. On the north side of the Arkansas River is Crowley County. Used to be just the Garden of Eden of southeastern Colorado. You still have Sugar City, but I mean, you had a huge center for beet production, sugar production, and starting in the late 70s, usually 78, they started selling off their waterways. And it's a really sad story. I mean, I know quite a few of those people, and I've spoken with them. I mean, and you're talking about, especially in the 70s, when you had some really rough economies in the agricultural industry, you're talking essentially about subsistence farmers. That's what they were there. And I mean, a lot of these people, when they were selling their water rights, I know one, first time they got to buy a car. Another one, first time they bought a clothes washer and dryer. Another one, they sent their kid to college. These people did this for really good reasons. And they all regret it, at least the ones I've spoken to. And they have that county's been paying the price ever since. And you had quite a few more sales happen in the 80s. And then they would start drying up those lands. This is only taken 2 years ago from dry up 40 years ago. It just doesn't, when you've been farming land for over 100 years, it just doesn't go back to grassland. That doesn't happen. And we have lots of examples throughout the state of us failing in terms of revegetation. And really the only successful revegetation projects in Crowley County are when the county forced Aurora and Colorado Springs to spend a lot of money and a lot of resources in doing that. You go to Rocky Ford, Aurora has an office there. Aurora has staff there. And at first you're like, what? This is weird. And it's like, no, because they're contractually obligated to revegetate these lands and get them up to a certain point. And that it's those 1041 rules that the county's imposed on them. And this causes, I mean, it's blunt, and that's, I think, the simplest terms. And there's another recent picture. Again, this just doesn't, this nature isn't coming back and taking this over. That doesn't happen here. But this causes quite a few other problems that people in these communities have to deal with. Dust storms. And I mean, often it's very common that all these highways are shut down in the summer when there's dust storms because you can't see anywhere. Tumbleweeds, and you're like, well, what's the problem with tumbleweeds? They're literally using snow plows to push giant piles of tumbleweeds because they block culverts, they block drains. I mean, this is a problem that they have there. And that what vegetation you do have is great fuel for grassland fires. And so it's not getting better. And I think that gets into really over just the economics of what happens to these places. And so this is Sugar City. If you ever make the chance to go down there, it is pretty depressing place to be. And I think it's just kind of ominous is down this main drag. You can't see it over here is where they used to have the old Sugar City beet plant. And when the plant left, I mean, it was impressive. I mean, literally the head agronomist, the owner, they all had mansions. They took every single brick with them, except that nice front entrance gate is still there at the end of the main street. And it's this ominous sign that everything there used to be better. And I mean, I've been down in the lower arc a lot lately, and we're working on trying to get in funding for matching for infrastructure projects. Every meeting I go to, it comes up. Nobody cares about us. State doesn't care. The rest of the state doesn't care. Nonprofits, whatever, foundations, and it's hard to disagree with them. And so in Crowley County, when you look up every bad statistic, it's usually in the top 3. I mean, they're number 2 for people living below the poverty line. They're also number 2 for average household income. There's only 59 counties, I think it's 57 for county health rates. I mean, you look at people in CHIPS programs, Medicaid, every kind of assistance program, they're up there. I mean, you want it, and it is, they've got a lot of issues. And right now, I mean, you look at the largest employer, it's technically the county, but really it's the county prison system. That is their economy. And it hasn't gotten better. And we've seen this in other places too, where you have a significant portion of the water taken away. Decades does not heal that because there is no real ability to create economic development. And then the other one that I wanted is, I mean, we talked a lot about, okay, this can severely impact these communities. So what? What if you don't care? Because there are people who don't. And you're like, well, they had their time in the sun, tough, progress, we got to build. Because really, that water creates more wealth in your communities. It does. All that wealth is centered in your communities. It's not benefiting if you go out and dry up Morgan County. But it does. It will. It creates more money in strip malls and houses and condos than it does in agriculture. Guaranteed. It always will. But it's these other values that we're losing in this process that's hard to put a monetary value on. I mean, one is, I mean, I'll mention the environmental, but a big one is food. And I think that's something that we don't think about as often, because yeah, you dry up Morgan County, you dry up Weld County. Your grocery store is still gonna have food in it. That's not gonna hurt. I mean, but it's really what's the system in place that's gonna be supplying that food? And I mean, I get it. I know I'm more and more often we're hearing more criticism towards animal agriculture. And I guess my cynical, frank view of all that is, okay, you don't like animal agriculture, you don't like meat. Look, tell that to the rest of the world. We're seeing that demand isn't going anywhere. You had it decline during COVID because people literally didn't have money to buy food. But beyond that, I mean, it's going to keep on going. That demand isn't going anywhere. And is it going to be us with some of the most efficient and productive animal agriculture in the world? Or is it going to be the alternative? And the alternative is, honestly, I think would be something that would be concerning to a lot of people. I just don't think they know it, because at the end of the day, what's in their supermarket isn't going to change. And so when we talk about what we're losing, I mean, in Colorado, we do animal agriculture better than almost anyone. I mean, we probably have the best dairy industry in the country. I mean, second to none. I mean, we have one of the best beef and lamb industries, and throughout the world. And it's really what is going to influence this. And there's a lot of debate about these numbers here. I think that's bad. But of greenhouse gas emissions in livestock. And if you look this up, what's the greenhouse gas emissions of livestock throughout the world? You'll see anywhere from 11 to 19%. It's all over. But one consistent thing you're seeing is that it's going up, but not in the United States. It's going down. And in the US, we're only at about 3 and 4%. I mean, you go and talk to a lot of these dairies, these CAFOs, these confined animal feed operations. I wouldn't be surprised in 10 years, they don't have any waste because they're just reusing everything. And they're so tightly regulated that honestly, they don't have a choice in a lot of these circumstances. I mean, you're seeing so many of these people put in anaerobic digesters, other equipment. It's just a constant, I mean, the dairies, especially in like Weld County and Morgan County, are incredibly impressive. I mean, you're going to be hard pressed to find more impressive dairies anywhere else in the world. And a big part, I mean, and when you also look up statistics of livestock operations on a global scale and their impact, and they'll look at carbon footprint, a big thing that comes up to is deforestation. That isn't exactly happening here, but every time where we're seeing this replacement of agricultural production coming from, it's coming from Argentina and Patagonia, it's coming from Brazil and the Amazon, it's coming from China. And those are probably the three main, Central Africa. Those are the four main places that are coming to replace that, with highly inefficient agriculture that does have more. I mean, agriculture, no matter what, is going to have a negative impact on the environment. It does. But food is not optional. We're going to have it no matter what. And I think we are actively trading systems that have an incredibly low impact for others that have a much higher impact when we are drying up agriculture in the West. And I know this comes up a lot of like, well, why are we growing all this stuff out West? It's dry, it's a desert. And well, there's a lot of really good reasons we do this. Who here has a garden? Okay, I'm hopefully this will, and who here has gardened in Colorado, but also like back east? So back east, you have these things called bugs. You have this thing called disease because you have this stuff called rain. I mean, when you look at comparable yields and outputs per acre, we are just able to produce so much more of certain crops because the fact that we are in a desert in a lot of places means your pest pressures, your disease pressures are significantly lower. I mean, places like the San Luis Valley, I mean, that is literally an alpine desert, and it's great. I mean, because they have so few pest and disease pressures there. And that's a huge advantage. You have this long growing season in a lot of places. You also have complete control over water, which is really important. And you can just, and it's in a lot of places, you know, it's whenever it rains. And so I mean, there's a reason that like the dairy industry has shifted from the Wisconsins to the Californias. And all that production is because we can do that much better and much more efficient in other parts of the country. And it is those issues of disease and pests that are a main driver of that. So just some more interesting stats that I'm always curious about is just, again, this efficiency is, okay, how many cows does it take to produce the same amount of milk as one cow in the US? Anybody have an idea? In Mexico, how many Mexico cows?
10.
5. Probably the 25 does.
So Mexico's actually not too bad. And then Mexico, we're okay. How about India?
Probably 100.
So still, I mean, a pretty big difference. And I mean, and you see, and this is for a number of reasons, and we'll see a similar trend with the beef. We're feeding our livestock much higher quality feed that produces less greenhouse gases. They're also more efficient with what they consume. And it's not as hot here. I mean, in these more temperate areas, it isn't as rough on the cow. Where in other places, I mean, they're just giving off so much more. Okay, how many cows does it take to produce the same amount of finished beef as one cow in the US? How about Brazil? This is the next big beef producer in the world is Brazil.
2 to 1.
Okay. So 3, and India 10. So this is what we're I think unconsciously trading for when we dry up agriculture. Again, you're gonna get all your food. That's not gonna go away anytime soon. And it's just, what's the system supplying that? And like I said, I think we're losing an amazing system here. And this might be, hopefully this wasn't too different than what you were hoping for. It's just at times, I honestly feel like I'm